Yo, today we are um, yeah, so we have liquid foot and BBL gentlemate.
main, especially if you play a breach, you want to go and take B main instantly, for example, and then you beat the Viper. That's one way to do it. It depends on your composition, depends on what you do. But yeah, it's basically putting pressure, and they have to deal with it, do something about it, and that's why we use different walls and try to play around it. Yeah.
Well, thank you very, very much. You're playing today, so best of luck for you.
Thank you.
Honestly, this whole obsession Mitch has with Enzo, I get it now. I get it. That was an incredible breakdown. What did you guys take away from what he had to share there?
I love the fact that he's so honest, first of all, and that he's so willing to, like, he looks back at it and he knows exactly what he's thinking in each moment and how the calls are made and how everything gets to work. So it's not only, even though he says, I like to do things on the fly, there is a very clear plan, or at least in his head, even when he looks back, he knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I feel like he's very concise. Something that I really liked about what he said was the fact that, you know, like, he wants to be adaptive but have, you know, like, something, you know, like, as a backup. I feel like that is something very important to have as an IGL, to be able to be flexible on those rounds, to have, you know, like, to be able to adapt during the round, and also have, you know, like, to be secure and have those strategies in the back of their minds.
I mean, winning 2 bonus rounds in a best of 3, and you're halfway there to a win, you have to give it to them. This is the thing with Liquid, though. Are they back? Are we a little bit, you know, a little bit cope at this point to just be like, they're back now, they're a contender?
I think it was a good show-in. I am more scared about PoE in this regard, because even though these rounds were very good, there were some others where PoE just making a lot of unforced mistakes, and I think that is going to be in their backs throughout the rest of the season if they don't manage to polish them.
Yeah, let's quickly move on to Foot here, because we haven't seen them just yet. We are going to dive a little bit deeper in just a moment about some of the players, but the game plan they came in to kick off with, what do we think? Did we like it? Did we not like it?
What do you think, Buncold?
Sorry, I kind of... Wait, can you repeat the question?
Foot kickoff, yay, nay. I'm going to keep it
like the plan, you know,
the what they showed.
Different comms, players and some agents.
I mean, something that was like quite interesting to see last split was seeing CNED on some like agents like Raze and Yoru, and I think we saw some Omen in there as well. It's nice to actually see my boy, you know, like playing, you know, like some other agents, you know, like being a little flexible.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because we actually did hear from CNED and Mr. Farlin during kickoff about Foot's roles. Let's take a quick look back at what they had to say.
What is going on with the comms? What is going on with the agents? What is going on with everything? Well, I guess we'll start with you, CNED. Okay, so I think there's an obvious agent that's missing. I'm not sure if you...
Okay, how can I explain this? Like in the how we play actually, I want to be
Is time.
And what do you think about that, Farlin?
I am glad to hear that from CNED there. And this is a really nice board we put together. Kakuka, any comments on CNED's agent pool right now?
So I see a couple, you know, like the Killjoy and the Sage that was from last year. I love the fact that we forgot about the Yeoman, because it is something that I want to forget about, and I bet everybody at home as well.
Okay, hold on. I'm having trouble with my internet right now for some reason. Like...
Even back then, you know, like I feel like he wasn't even like ready to play Chamber, even though it was, you know, like everything about, you know, like Chamber and the Operator, everything was played out for the Chamber players. Even back then, we felt that, you know, like he wasn't really like ready for the Chamber.
All right, well, I have a solution. Gaius, Foot, CNED, hear me out. Are you guys ready for this? I could fix your role issues, your comms, your season. I got you. It's very, very simple. Ta-da! Remember her?
I mean, I think that you have to ask CNET if he remembers Jet. But I think that seeing him playing Jet, it will be something that we're all expecting, and that he might be a little bit scared of, because if he has put all that time into introducing new agents into his pool, like the Raze, the Chamber, etc., maybe he doesn't feel as comfortable knowing how strong some of these new players are going in with the duelist role.
Bone Cold CNET on Jet.
No, like you can look up any interview when I was playing with CNET. After any games, I was always just saying, yeah, CNET on Jet, absolutely amazing. Like I've never seen anyone play like that. I remember every single tournament we played, I always was saying that CNET on Jet, unbelievable. Never seen anything like that.
This is what we want to see. This is what we want to see. While Team Liquid are looking like they are back on form, and it's time to see just how good they will be up here on the stage against Foot. Well, as I said, Team Liquid, they've been cooking. Yumpy is feeling himself today. And you guys heard it from Enzo and Nats. They got a deeper strat book this time. They've got more to show us. The Liquid we saw 2 days ago, it is not the final form of Team Liquid. And this is going to be quite scary if you are on the other side facing this. But let's not forget, Foot, they made every international event last year. They know how to get there. And they have this man, a former world champion CNET. I just want to see him back on Jet today. But hey, we will see what we're going to get in just a moment. This is the thing. Bone Cold, you've been there with CNET. You know what he can do and how he can turn a team around.
Do we have the map veto yet or not?
I think there will be a lot on his shoulders. I want to see a game plan that is revolving around CNET. I want to see CNET flow, you know, like very fluid, like running around the map, him being set up. That is something that I really want to see from CNET, because that's something I didn't see when he was playing back in Navi.
Last year, Foot were one of the big surprises of EMEA. The way that we were, you know, learning with them time after time and week after week. And if we take a look at the maps here today, apparently they're going to go back into just banning that breeze is what they were banning. Banning during a kickoff, and Team Liquid is going to decide to no bind.
Yeah, no bind. The split is coming out first, and Icebox. We didn't really get to talk about this very quickly, but Cracks, the best KO player, the most comfortable KO player, moved away from that KO as well. And looking at this map pool, the split, the Icebox, and the Decider of Lotus, is there room for that KO? Should we be seeing that today, Bro?
I feel like every single map there is room. Split, you could kind of be, you know, like it could be like a 50-50 if we can see the KO. But Lotus and Icebox, 100%, that is something where I want to see Kirax on KO.
Here's the thing, on Split, we saw that composition. We talked about the Chamber. When they played during kickoff, CNET was on that Agent, and Cracks was actually on Raze. Is that something that we want to see again, or we want them to go back into a more standardized, or maybe, you know, again, with all the best teams in the world coming in to EMEA, maybe with some Cracks, they've changed some things up.
Well, let's see here. Oh, no. Okay.
That's all right.
Okay, I think we do have to address here, Bronco. Liquid choosing to start on the defense.
Yeah, that is something that I was like wondering.
I mean, Chamber on Split is okay.
On defense. I feel like they were doing their best on attacking side, which they could have chosen. So could this mean that Liquid was yesterday?
I just don't like hoping on Split.
And make it easier.
Like the map is so close.
Yeah, exactly. You need to think ahead and how you want to portray this map for the rest. For Foot, not having the Cypher and having Nats on the other side, with how important those trips have been throughout the entirety of the year, I think it's something that can be
basically same comp, except Cypher for Chamber, I guess.
And this Chamber as well, they haven't changed anything. No. So is this going to be a concern?
I mean, at least they've had more time with all the... This is the thing. Foot was one of the teams that, even though they didn't play that much during kickoff, they tried out 5 out of 7 maps. So whatever they wanted to try, they have already tried it.
Well, I can't wait to see it. We've shown you a quick interview with Enzo, so it's only fair that we throw this off to your casters, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, Kakuka, and Bone Cold. Well, Tom, I'm excited to kick this one off. Liquid back on the stage twice in 1 week. A treat for me. a traitor beside me. Tom, what's happening here?
What do you mean traitor? I was never biased towards any team, but I have to kind of like balance out what I'm seeing on the other side right now, which is the #1 fan of the Enzo fan club, which is funny really because his girlfriend's in the audience and you still take the biscuit.
Be honest with you, Tom, I'm just a fan of good Valorant. If that makes me a fan of Enzo, well, you know what that means.
They did do really well in Madrid.
Well, there was no need for that. Obviously, Foot on the other side, a very strong squad. This is a squad that we've seen challenge for the top of the top within Valorant, something that Liquid haven't been able to reach just yet. Will they be able to kick their season off with a solid start against a team that's already 1-0? Team Liquid, 2 games in 1 week. It's also a bit of a challenge, something that most teams will have to grasp and deal with later on. Liquid defensive side with Foot on the attack, and the barriers have already gone up. They went for a little bit of an attack inside B main, but Enzo's been forced back, and that's going to be his flash used up already.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything from Foot so far. That's sort of the major advantage they've had of not having to play those double games for Liquid. Well, we've seen them, of their last 4 matches, play KoE 3 times. And so it's not a massive learning curve for how they've been playing so far. I feel like KoE is definitely down the bottom of most people's list. Cracks, though, looking to try and lead that charge. Counter utility being expended in an attempt to slow him down. It hasn't worked out, but that initial fight doesn't go his way.
Well, that was all a ruse, though. The real play coming in towards this A site. Flash is still at the ready. We saw the paranoia from Mystic slow them down, but he's being dropped. And now the players up in heaven have to hold it all. Nats has support, though. Kiko's come through, but he's not needed. Every shot connected by Nats. 3 headshots, and Enzo to close out the round. Team Liquid take the pistol.
Yeah, good start. I think it's going to be important. As it was mentioned on the desk, they definitely look good over on that attacking side. And I think someone who started to really come to life or get back into the swing of things is Nats. Had a couple of really solid games going through over the last few weeks. Nonetheless, pistol round under their belt. And it's definitely interesting when watching Foot, because you have to bear in mind, like, considering the map pool that we have coming up a little bit later on, their Icebox comp was not great. Like, they were running a Phoenix on Icebox, which is not something many do for a multitude of reasons. They haven't really changed anything coming into this one. Still running that chamber, which is interesting because I feel like if you're running a chamber, you can definitely run a jet. And if you've got CNED, you should probably be running a jet.
We heard it from the desk earlier on, but I guess if he's going to be on anyone else, let's see the chamber. Now he has claimed a lot of space getting up into heaven with that wall. It's allowed them to be close here for easy trades on those initial kills, taking down CNED, but Liquid have lost 2 players for it. The A site's wide open. Well, not really. Yumpy had come through heaven, and that was the spot they were planting for. A little bit of an oversight. Having lost the control, no safe plant means now they're delayed, and these Liquid players can find an easier time to break back through, but a stinger in the hands of Yedije, he's very low. But it might not matter. All they need to do is win a couple more individual fights. The numbers by their side, but not anymore. Kiko pulls it back to a 2v2. Spike's still not planted. But a flank underway from Adacaptain's caught Yumpy with a classic. This is a messy round. But Foot are thriving in this chaos. The drop down from Kiko isolates one, and now he's got the second in towards main. Tucked in the corner, has to try to reposition, and somehow Adacaptain wins that with a classic. 1-1, and I am perplexed by what I've just witnessed. That's a rough start for Liquid.
Yeah, losing that eco is
like, genuinely. Like, don't get me wrong, some decent trading at points.
Super hard for their economy.
Like, yeah, I thought that he'd lost it at this point because you're a classic going up against a rifle, and I don't know, Adacaptain up to Adacaptain things, but that is just a horrific start to the game for Liquid. Get yourself the pistol under your belt, lose to what was, just a headhunter and some classics? Yep. That was it.
Yeah, Adacaptain's positioning was fantastic to grab a kill for free. How he gets away with another is inconceivable, and now it seems like the return is there. Classic kill for Team Liquid. They're rushing down. They've got another. What is going on in this game? Foot are in a 3 versus 4. 2 weapons retrieved for Liquid. Nats has ult, so even the rotation towards the B site could be that little bit easier.
Own as well. Like all of them are playing on their own. Every single player is taking a fight on their own. Adacaptain gets away with it, but everything the Foot is doing is so unbelievably risky. Finally, we're actually going to see 2 players gather up and play together for the first time this round.
That was a flash used up by Enzo that forced them back, made them play as a team. Zada Captain couldn't take that fight alone. Now, Team Liquid look to set their sights on the site. Move in towards the spike. Smoke still online, one used just now, but that angle, it works perhaps to Mr. Fallen's favor. It's all down to timing and wall bangs apparently as Zada Captain picks another, and those rifles now look a little more valuable saved through. Enzo's running for the hills while Nats chases them down to grab an extra kill or go down to the spike. Either way, same result. He'll have money for the next. 2-1 in favor of Foot. And, well, a head-scratcher of a start. This isn't normal Valorant, that's for sure. I think we'll level out pretty soon.
Yeah, it's not been the most enjoyable either. Even still, this round easily could have gone back in the other direction. The fact that Liquid managed to kill off 3 players is not too bad. Still, the finances are going to be fine for the side of Foot. And while most of the kills have gone to Zada Captain, so he will have himself from the shadows. Mystic has proven that ult can be valuable on this map, but for the most part, not really. Unless he's just going to TP back into the B site, which is probably the most common play you have with that ult.
Yeah, just a little bit of recon to reveal up that corner. Make your crosshairs focused on the right as your team breaks out for Foot. That might come into play, but for now they're in a default. Those spams are getting very close, and then a little closer. Nice shot by CNED. And Yumpy's utility now out of the round. This is big for blocking and denying a lot of the control. Now Foot can feel much more free to take that space. Or Team Liquid will have to fill in with 3 players to cover it.
Yeah, it does look like they're expecting
4
the
players.
push to continue in this direction. They've got their paranoia ready. They're just waiting for some contact, but that contact is not coming. The rest of Foot have quickly rotated back in the other direction, and that realization is slowly going to be there for Team Liquid as they now look to back.
Yeah, but the Omen,
I say back, go forward, but Enzo's won the fight.
Cooked.
That's going to be
and now they should know.
It will at least leave them in a 4v4 scenario as the site will be taken completely by Foot. There is nothing that can be done. And well, CNED's finally put his trap down. It's going to go in to catch anybody rotating it. He just holds onto it for the majority of the round.
Post-plant trap.
There's
Yeah,
a
we saw
big
Mystic
push
very
screen.
cautious about Heaven. They knew they'd given up the control, but Foot walked all the way to site. They took control there, and there's no post-plant setup in Heaven. Instead, it's screens. Foot don't want to let them near the spike by this route. Instead, they'll fight, but the paranoia pushes them back. Puts Yedijay in an awkward spot, but the paranoia faded. Enzo on the trade, 3v3, but time ticking away, and it's position from Cracks! How has he gotten away with 3?
Nice shot.
Foot off to a flying start now, 3-1.
Yeah, he is someone that just seems to have the ability to miss the easy kill and then hit the most insane ones. That's the mantra of Cracks, and he is someone I've been looking forward to seeing back on the stage again. Definitely had some underwhelming performances. Obviously, a lot of what we saw from him last year was KO. Yeah. Pretty much every single map.
It's weird for me to not see him on a KO even now.
It does seem like he's fleshing out his map pool a little bit more, or his agent pool. Once again, we're going to see this push coming through from Liquid. They are wanting to try and remove middle control from their opposition, trying to push their opponents back. Mr. Fallen is waiting. There's a lot of players on the other side, though. He does have the support.
God, that timing, terrible, though. You know, Liquid have been big fans of these mid-crunches. We saw it in the last series on Split as well. I think it might have even been a pistol round crunch off the back of the paranoia. They attempted it in round 4. This time, a much more aggressive face to begin the round. But once again, they fall back. And this space is taken freely by Foot. Little committed, a boom bot to clear a corner, a shift walk in, a ton of control. With Heaven actually given up, and that's an interesting facet to Liquid here. They're playing full retake on A. They want the fight on mid. Funnily enough, Foot came there, and now they're left to not quite retake it, but to retake some control. The fight in Heaven on the back of the paranoia that didn't connect, but Yumpy, he connected, and the trades are good. The numbers are for Liquid.
It does mean the site's going to fall in their control. No ultimates available. A very open plant for Mr. Fallen. Zada Captain's been great so far, but he'd need to hit some instantaneous shots. Yedijay thought about going for the same peak with the majority of players there. He's going to have to do something pretty impressive, but he does catch out Kiko. And now there's going to be doubt in the minds of the remaining Liquid players of where they're going to be coming from. The drop down, Mr. Fallen catches another one. They isolate all of the battles.
Damn, that was the 4v2.
They barely take any damage for it.
Just a spectacular read from Yedajay.
That's big.
He stood at the top of the ramp and waited for his chance, and he knew that that would be signaled by Liquid. The second a piece of utility, the nade in this case, was heard, he swung. Because when they throw that utility, where are they going to be looking? Towards the site. He catches only Kiko, who's running in to help his teammates fight the site, just slices them up perfectly.
And I think that's been one of the really interesting things. Obviously, we look
They
at these
give
two
too
teams
much
and how when they
space,
kick off,
I feel like.
Liquid, they ended up being eliminated by
Liquid
PoE.
needs to
Definitely
fight
a low
more
point, I
aggressively
think,
their
for
zones.
Liquid as an organization as a whole. For Foot, we were looking at it in a similar vein. When they got eliminated, we were going, oh, they've lost the Heretics, they've lost
They
the
give up
KC.
probes, they give up Heaven
Those
too
are two teams who
easily.
sent to Masters. So I'm kind of, it's almost some rose-tinted glasses. I'm going, maybe they weren't as
I'll give you that.
bad as they seemed. But the one player who was missing a little bit was CNED. On the other side, though, Yedajay was fantastic. Like, especially coming in as a rookie, so to speak. It doesn't feel like he's a rookie because he played the off-season tournaments. They did well. They beat good teams. But he was a rookie coming into kickoff, and I think he may have even been their best player, in all honesty. So the fact that we're seeing that once again, that he clearly fits very well. And it's very peculiar when you see a world champion and a rookie join a team, and the one I'm questioning right now is the world champion.
Right? I mean, look, if we see someone like CNED back on a jet, I think the world will heal immediately. But I'm curious to see, you know, Foot obviously have their ideas for pushing him off this. I don't think it's a secret that he's a pretty good jet player. But I'm expecting to see him put up numbers. We have been for a while. It's been flashes in the pan here and there. Foot fully equipped on this round. Showstopper in the back pocket. CNED's got his ult, but doesn't really need to use it. And on the other side, haven't even mustered an outlaw. The credits would have allowed it, could have allowed it, but instead, it's just going to be a very low buy from this Liquid squad. Even players refusing to upgrade pistols. And Enzo losing his life right off rip. That was their Marshall up top. It will be recovered by Kiko, but it will be avoided by Foot as they shift towards the other
That's
side
an
of the map.
insane
Again,
play shot.
the attack reads have been fantastic. There was a bait play round
Like,
4.
mechanically,
trap set by Liquid
Foot
on
is
mid.
like
Foot walked towards mid and
miles
avoided it.
above.
The last round, there was a trap set up on mid. Foot waited 40 seconds and avoided it. And this time, there's a trap set up on A. Foot have avoided it, and they walked into B. The plant will be coming in the next 15 to 20, and it's going to be a tough retake for Liquid as their numbers are thinned out.
And they have baby side.
Honestly, it's beautiful. There might be someone here. I'm going to place this here, and I'm just going to walk away. It's been like that every round, and then they just break it and carry on.
And with the kills, the map control, the orbs they've been taking, we came into this round 2 ultis, now we've got 4. So a lot for Foot to fall back on, not just here, because, you know, it doesn't look like
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they'll need any of those ultis. But the next round, when Liquid eventually invest their credits, yeah, they're going to be up against a stacked arsenal.
Yeah, I think we have to also talk about the context of this matchup. Sure, it's super early in the season, but with tough groups, I think a lot of expectations for both these teams right now being around the middle of the table. You're looking at your KC and Heretics being off to a flying start, Na'Vi looking pretty good. I think expectations for Fnatic to eventually come back and climb up. New Vitality roster as well. The expectation is, where do Liquid and Foot sit within this? And if this is going to be a sort of a steamroll, as it seems to be in these first few rounds, I think there'll be serious worries for Liquid, even though they've already won themselves a match. It's one of the matches I think expectations were towards the bottom of the table, if that's where Liquid are going to sit. So, looking for a response. They've definitely got a star-studded roster, but a lot of them yet to come online. And although we do love Enzo, if he's at the top of the board, that can be a little bit of a scary prospect for the rest of the team.
Yeah, one of the best players in the world for sure, but we don't expect him to have a Nats and Kiko combined sort of performance. Yeah, 5-1 is a tough position to sit. Foot already have a great attack side built up. The foundations are there, and they've got more to work with. Wisely avoiding that showstopper. Mystic backs out. Traps destroyed. The shot in the back site, but it's being given up. Liquid want the retake on the B site, or perhaps the spams on the cross.
Yeah, but like
No, in fact, they want to get involved right here and now.
they take A, they take B. Like at some point, they need to be on the map. Like
This is looking like a Foot round. Good response by Nats to keep it doable.
Like it's fine to retake sites, but
Spike planted.
you could just be on the map.
Yeah, I don't know if there's necessarily a spot to really use it. One player spotted, but ends up being bait, and Mystic, he's having a little bit of trouble with the boombot. 3 players still to find, and just to reposition, hoping he'll get an extra fight. He will, but Mr. Fallen is more than waiting for him. It's aggressive once again. But this is the problem. The Foot managed to build up a lot of those rounds without actually using any of those ultimates. Yep. Then they have the ultimates to get them into the site, get into the post farm, and thus far, I don't want to say the retakes haven't been great. They haven't been able to get near the retakes a lot of the time because someone has challenged them. And the players on Foot are very good at making a lot of these retakes become dysfunctional because of the space they're constantly challenging for.
Well, this is it. In almost every round here on the attack, you can see Foot take space. Even the showstopper here, you know, I think it was fantastic. Didn't get a kill, doesn't give Cracks any stats, but it got them a site that at that point, Liquid even used a showstopper to try and get back out of their hands. That resulted in just a trade. If anything, it was better the way that Foot used it. Not that you can really control those things. Captain hit the shot. It is what it is. But for Foot, everything is working out. They're 6-1 in the lead. Barely, I mean, no challenge since the pistol round from Team Liquid. The one thing that's been going well for them, as we said, was being able to thread the needle on Liquid, find opening picks and then use the map control. Now, it's a full default from the defensive side, so Foot will have to break through this defense the old way.
CNED, even with the amount of credits, has decided not to buy a weapon behind that tour de force. They've not been able to clear the trip, and he's already used himself a couple of bullets. They're actually starting to fade back to mid. That's a big kill, though. Lurker gone. Kiko's starting
they
to
know
get
it's
strong, but it still seems
it's
like
on A.
the A site is where they decided to go. Yumpy, though, caught sleeping a little bit. And while Captain may be thinking that's a little bit more clear than it was, even still,
There's
it's
a
one
red
player's
ping
away
on
from
B.
middle, and it would just be the players on site.
Yeah,
No, they're gonna go on
before, but that's not the case this time. Still 2 on site, though. They're ready to fight. And so
down.
picks one, flash up top, barely needed, and the player already crossed his sight. Will not be spotted, at least not at the start. The cage almost works out as he emerges from it for another. Cracks is unstoppable until he meets Mystic. 2 rounds on the board for Liquid at last.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest, I was even scared with Mystic running
Time
through
to
that
wake
smoke,
up.
'cause
When those first few shots didn't hit?
Yeah,
Oh.
it gives another 1v1 that you have to be scared that Cracks could win, but there is a response. Liquid back onto the boards. Again, some audacious plays coming through the side of Foot, but they have so many credits to play with. Like, they are coming back in with still even post-buy every single player around that 4,000 mark or above. By the looks of it, they might be about to go for something a little bit quicker. Every single player built up outside this B site.
Well, Foot have had success with controlling the map. Now it's a more direct approach. Very strange. Viper's Pit goes up mid. Foot go back with 2 players, in fact, towards the mid angle. Viper's Pit used by the attacking side on B, but it's only to get out. But there's a trap there. This is the other problem. These traps have been on A. Instead, now it's actually working perfectly against this crowd. And in fact, there's a good chance they don't have the patience to slowly approach this angle, that they move out without thinking about those traps. And Nats can find himself a free kill on the reveal. If not, there's still a player in Enzo that's close. They've spotted they're still around this angle. Cage is going to give it away. Now they should know. Now they're looking for traps.
Definitely an interesting Cage. I don't know how much that's helped. I imagine there's going to be a pop flash, though. That's the goal here from Foot. Just send it straight out. Nats hiding back, waiting on the corner, but he's only going to get the one.
again.
Giving them the space. Cracks has done well, and seen it again, just trading off of him. Gives that man advantage once again. The Viper's Pit can hold the flank, and it leaves the 2 remaining players coming back in from mid. With an educated guess, you're going to know that's where Yumpy is. It's mainly Kiko's position that they're unaware of.
Your nade's going to do next to nothing here. Destroy a little bit of utility at best, but fighting through that pit's not the best of options, even in the worst of times. A flank up from Captain, something we've said before. But it's only really finding value if they were committing to it. As we can see, Liquid have fallen back. They go to save these weapons. It's a forfeit round, one they'll give to Foot, a 7th clocked up for the attacking side, and they're not guaranteed these weapons just yet. I do see the reposition to CNED, and he's moving to mid, so seems safe enough. Captain, if he sprints, Kiko could be in danger, but it looks like they'll stay safely tucked away.
Yeah, he doesn't know where the remainder are. It's looking good for Foot, and again, a lot of that just comes off of having that Viper's Pit, the burst play out of it, which, again, like, it was definitely a little bit telegraphed, but if you're on the side of Liquid, you're definitely wary that this is just being used as a ruse. Maybe they've gone back in the other direction, so you can't quite gamble. But also just Cracks. Like, this is the thing, is his entries have been fantastic. Like, just getting into the site, giving space to CNED to then trade, and that's the thing. If you're not aiming at CNED when he walks around the corner, you're dead.
Well, that's a guarantee. Mystic, on the other hand, as well, he has been unreal at shutting down Cracks 2 rounds in a row now. We've seen Cracks start to pop off, claim those kills, and he's the one to meet him on the other side.
He needs to meet him first, though.
That's it. We need to see that initial fight. He's his kryptonite, but somehow the damage is already done in a lot of these rounds. 7-2. We should have seen 2 for Liquid in
There's
the
a
second
deep
round.
top
It's
A.
a tough position to play from. The mantle chipping away his foot. Now look for another battle.
Just got
It's Mystic that will
destroyed.
be challenged. It's Cracks to take the duel. We said we want to see them fight earlier. He's got some support from Ada Captain, and it's going to be enough. The wall bangs shut him down and now cause some problems on B normally. In fact, there's 2 players there, so they're not panicking too much, but one has to look at
Viper
mid.
in.
And it's dropped by CNET. Now
Yeah.
the isolated Nats is going to have to do next to everything
Oh my god,
by
and
himself because
they
he's lost
find
the rest of his team.
everybody.
We've seen him. Element of surprise is
Oh,
no more.
fuck.
The same thing for Kiko's teammates. They're all gone, and he's going to be saving this up once again.
I really just want a reel of just CNED hit down his trap after he gets a kill. Like it's like, I got a kill, trap there, carry on with the round like nothing happened. Like it's great. A lot of the time it's the most pointless usage ever, but it is funny just watching a player every single round having to shoot that trap. And again, he's doing his job. He's finding a lot of those trade kills.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Nice
That's
good
something
out.
for Kiko. Might get him that little bit closer to having a showstopper, but I'll be honest, they've been able to avoid his operator. I think that he got the opening kill in a round prior, catching the lurk. Other than that, he's just not been in the right position, unfortunately, and they're going to look to try and hunt him down.
Run!
He's got to try and escape
For
this
your
one.
life.
Still got the shorty in hand, but the trade will be there. And that's the thing,
They
there's so
find
many
him.
finances over on the other side for Foot that, oh, we lost 3 players. Well, everybody has like 7,000 credits, so I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, and CNET was max. Very, very close to a couple hundred credits away going into that round. It's just his trap, I think, that took him below max. And you see there, very useful trap. If it wasn't for that, that kill might not have went. I mean, like, it worked. It worked. And yeah, we want to. I think the key thing, actually, is the op dropping, right? That's what we're saying. The impact on Foot's economy is negligible because they're so stacked. But for Team Liquid, they can't get another op.
No.
In fact, they can't really get rifles around this buy, and it's 8-2. Do you want to fight for 9-3? Play the eco now?
I also think as well, one of the real problems they're having at the moment is that Yumpy is getting destroyed. Like, the amount of times he's going to try and take the fight, or even just get some information in mid, and he's just getting domed. Yeah. And a lot of the time, that's your mid control. That's where you have all of your Viper utility to try and slow these pushes, even allow for your own rotations back if you need to try and gamble players over. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to do any of that because every time he's even given an inch, his head's gone. And it's been CNED, it's been Mr. Fallen at times, it's literally been anybody who's been around that angle who's just been able to win that battle versus him. It seems like he might be going for a slightly more passive stance in this round because he is about to play a judge, and if he pushes mid with a judge, I think that we can just move on to the next map.
I think that's a fair call, Tom. But I want to see him do it at the same time.
It does look like he's about to run down mid, I'll be honest with you.
With that wall as well?
It could just be he's going to go place the orb.
It could be.
I think
and it is. Okay. And he's made the move. That sound is heard towards A. They know there's players in and around this area. Showstopper used up again for nothing but for the space. That's the idea. You don't always need the kill once you get the crowd control. Nats controlled into the back of elbow and now trapped a little bit. CNET already dropping one with Mr. Fallen following, and the site control now theirs. There's a drop out of heaven, but that's caught immediately. Way too many bodies here to leave a blind side that big. And okay, Mystic does take down Yedege. It's doable. It's winnable on some level, but Kiko needs to stay alive here. He's got a distraction up top. Somehow they still clear
And
him.
CNED.
Well, that is, I don't know if it's clairvoyance for CNED, but damn good work clearing that corner. That could have been a disaster if they engaged the heaven fight first.
But it's also just how he manages to get both, because those are 2 completely opposite angles. He has to almost look completely the wrong way to kill off the player in the corner, and then has to instantly snap back up to heaven, because Mystic was there ready to try a trade, but he's just on one at the moment. That's the thing, you take away a lot of the aspects of the abilities and just allow this man to point and shoot, and he's top of the board.
The only thing I can think is one of his teammates saw him. Otherwise, that's the smartest, the best use of game sense I've ever seen.
We've
Guys
always said that, though.
Synced up with the server.
We've seen it in the past. If you just allow this guy to shoot, he will do things where you're like, either he heard something I didn't hear, or he's cheating.
Yeah.
Like, those things.
That is the only options. He had the info or he guessed it. Either way, it worked out. And Team Liquid, those 2 rounds might be finishing the half there. 1 more to fight for. Best case is 3. Remember, this is Foot's map pick, so that's something. But individually right now, Foot just seemed to be on another level.
Yeah. Well, this is also a map that Liquid played like a couple of days ago, so it's not one they're shying away from by any stretch, and they won. And well, these battles again, they try something aggressive, they lose the early fights. They try and be passive, they lose the openers. Like everything that Foot is doing is working, but a lot of it does feel like they're just beating them on an individual level. Like, okay, sure, yeah, the push and pull has been good. They've been able to walk into sites or avoid stacks that haven't been too problematic for them. But when push comes to shove, it does just look like Foot are able to outgun this Liquid side, which again, like we're talking about a star-studded roster. We're talking about Yumpy, who for a long time has been one of the best players in EMEA. Nats, no access to site. Well, there's been plenty of access to site throughout this game so far. And while Mystic even waiting on the angle, he's not going to find anything. Plant will be denied for a second. There's only 15 left, but the remaining player of Nats is absolutely nowhere near the action. And if it wasn't bad enough, he's got a tour de force to deal with as well.
Spike planted.
Only a Spectre on Nats too. Can pick up a rifle and give his position away if he so wishes. And he's dead. Oh, he caught him jumping. He's been given a second lease of life, but now there's a tour de force in the hands of CNED staring right at you. You don't get away with that twice. 10 rounds at the half. A half in which Foot lost the pistol round. This is a devastating blow to Liquid to start this series out. And one in which I struggle to even imagine they can come back into this map. Icebox, on the other hand, well, let's hope it's a damn sight different, because right now Foot are outclassing them.
Do you want my little glimmer of hope for Liquid?
Oh, I didn't think there would be one. Hit me with it.
When they played versus PoE, just a couple of days ago, they only got 4 rounds on defense, and then they were 9-1 on the attack. So their attack has definitely been better. I think that's been the case for the majority of maps. It needs to be even better than that, though, because that's the thing. 9-1 isn't really going to cut it from this point.
I mean, the difference between the scoreline we see and the result is, okay, second round, losing to the Classics, that was wild. That happens 1 out of 100 rounds for you, 1 out of 50 maybe, let's be generous. But the reality is, when I see this squad in that game against Koi, they were able to, they had a lot of success with those trap plays on mid. If the 2 trap plays they set up worked, same scoreline, same situation, but they didn't. Foot have been looking very good. And now, the challenge on the A site leaves CNED almost isolated. He has teammates coming through heaven and a way out. So he'll give up the site, and they'll play for the retake.
God, they were kind of hoping that he'd at least get 1 kill. Oh, well, there it is. Maybe in another. Captain cracks, just win the battles on the players holding the angles. CNED's going to be healed back up as well, so it goes from bad to worse. They're needing a hero once again. Both players, or 2 of them at least, holding back. And the paranoia is there, but Captain is in front of it. They're just not winning any fights. Every single kill is going the way of Foot. Finally, Mystic is able to get 1, but they're already defusing. They're just going to stick it. There's absolutely no hope, and they're even going for knife kills. Captain is going to give him the mercy of an execution.
What a stomp,
but the fact is, Foot 11-2 in the lead. This has not even been close.
I'm pretty sure half of Mystic's kills have been on cracks as well. I don't know what it is that he's doing, but he needs to teach everybody else. It has just been a disaster, and we see even here.
This was a 5v5 retake.
Yep. And they didn't get a chance to retake. I mean, Foot just took the fight to them. You look at the situation on ramp. Enzo goes to tuck in the corner. The idea is off contact. There's a paranoia from Mystic. And somehow, Foot kill Enzo and get back up the top of the ramp without losing a player. And the timing wasn't that bad. It's just every single thing is working out for them. In instances like that, where it's kind of out of your control, it's to do with the peaking timing and them hitting their shots. I think there was 1 headshot and the bodies didn't connect. But then they're also setting themselves up for success time and time again. Some of their repositions have been out of this world. Captain's always behind people. It's a joy to watch. This defensive side, they're facing off against a force. Yeah. So there's a chance for Liquid. But if they lose this, map 2.
Oh. It is looking like they have lost this, unless Yumpy's going to pull up some serious heroics. That force has gone out pretty much the exact same way you'd expect an eco to go. They get 1 kill, and we move on to the next round where they're going to be buying.
They will be. They will be. They won't be keeping the credits for Icebox, I'll tell you that. But yeah, at 12-2, think about map 3, or map 2, and hopefully map 3 as well if you're Team Liquid, because
this jacket's really
go the
comfy,
distance.
by the way.
Is it? What's that logo on it, Tom?
It looks a bit like a big F.
Yeah. Not sure you should
Specs, that's all it is.
Oh no. Now, while this force is obviously weak, but it has brought 3 Bulldogs to bear. Lots of light shields. CNED's out after the initial engagement. Big benefit being able to have him alive later on in the round. 2 shots at opening duels, both fail. CNED runs for the hills and is caught. Okay, bit of push and pull on the map from Team Liquid, and it's worked out for the opening pick. At least get out of there.
It's not going to be that easy, though. A couple of players already rotating back. Mr. Fallen under pressure, though. Doesn't really have much to play with in this round. Still manages to take a fight and back off. The rest of the players not particularly close to behind, and the flash will catch them, but not quite enough. Krax has now rotated into position. He has been a demon in this matchup. Yumpy has met his maker many times at the hands of Krax, but this time he'll be able to close him out. Looking like there might be a small lease of life, a candle at the end of the tunnel, because it's not quite a light yet.
Planted.
And the remaining couple of players and a captain with a rifle might just want to bring this into the next round, but you have to bear in mind, this is technically still a bonus for them. They can buy in the next one. Nats is going to win the fight, get himself a rifle, and, well, Yedajay, is he about to try and... Oh, I thought he was going to try and jump the trip. I was like, that's pretty optimistic.
It's going to be one hell of a run-up, but no, he's just tucking in, doing what damage he can in the late round, and presumably drop into the spikes. Still has full shields to work with, but we'll see if he can grab a few exits. And he's even let them know exactly where he is. A lot of these players are low. He could do some serious damage, but he won't. He meets his maker at the hands of Mystic. 3 rounds, finally, for Team Liquid. It is a slow path to recovery and one hell of a long one. Lots of bumps along the way. Thinking about a tour de force for CNED, showstopper for Krax, that Viper's Pit to lock down some defensive control. They'll all be online. They can have 2 rounds with full ultimates if they want to.
And I'll be honest, the scariest thing is they haven't needed any of them through the game so far. Like they, as I said, it just looks like they've been able to outgun Liquid at most times, and that's the scariest thing about Foot is when this team is confident. Well, this is what I mean. Like, CNED's just run out to throw a trap in, which could have easily got him killed. There is someone there. Oh my, okay. Krax really did want to play this aggressive fight, and Yuppie will take that all day long. 2 easy kills.
Down mid.
Yedajay still, the spike is in mid though. Okay, CNED clearly forgot that there was a player up there, and Yumpy, he's had a very quiet game so far, but he's got 3 kills in this one already.
Last player standing.
On the side of Team Liquid, 4 kills for Yumpy. And 4 rounds for Team Liquid on the back of it. Hey, it's important as well, even if you're not going to claim the map, just to build that momentum, show yourself that, yeah, that first half, Foot were the better team by far. But here, they've warmed back up. At least that's the hope. I like this from Yuppie. Shows the aggressive, even in that first, breaks the trap and then keeps pushing. Claims that little bit of extra space and they didn't expect it. 8 more in a row though. Let's see how this goes. Mystic's got an op. Off rip, attack side, Omen off. I look forward to it.
I guess with Kiko needed to take the space, and he might just be the next best thing. They're about to try and make a play through the trip. There's a couple here already. That's Nats down. Not the start they were looking for. That weapon and the orb are going to be able to be retrieved. Now, if they can get across to it, it was being guarded. The push through from Kiko, that was fantastic. He's taken so much space, but they're going to go running through off the back of it. Again, another trade out. Keeping the advantage with the Mystic holding with the operator, will be able to level things up once again. And Krax is just going to try and go forward, but Kiko has got Mystic's back.
Thankfully, Tom, that could have gotten out of hand very quickly. There were 3 rifles to be claimed in and around B main. 2, in fact. But for this squad, CNED's pistol in the back pocket, not getting much. The headhunter almost giving up on the hunt. He's checking his back. As Yedajay checks the front, he's fallen, and CNED will go walkabouts. Moving to B main. As I said, rifles could be retrieved, and kills, exits could definitely be found. Got his TP to get out of here. There's the rifle. Now he becomes so much scarier. 7 bullets. And with 3, he takes down Kiko. Still confident to stay out wide, knowing his TP is there. Picks up another rifle. He doesn't want them to get out of here alive. He doesn't want them to have the weapons, but instead he falls at the hands of Mystic. not a cost that Foot are shying away from paying. 12-5. They've got plenty of rounds to bounce back on.
I need a replay of the trap usage.
Oh, do you?
Just place it in the radius of the spike. I guess his idea is if anybody look, that was at the end. I actually love it. It's brilliant.
It could have worked, right? If you run out of main, you just get caught.
But it
wow.
I will rip the light.
That's another purchase. As you said, those ults now starting to come online, but for both sides, an instant section off an angle for CNED to try and fight with. Now Mystic is waiting. He's got Kiko alongside him. Enzo there as well. They are very aware of this aggressive position. CNED, a spot that, yeah, you need to escape from.
That's good timing on the first, but the info comes his way. Somehow he makes it around the corner in time. Just dodging the bullets, half his HP. That's a price he's happy to pay, considering he's revealed the entirety of this squad. Gave Mystic the room to TP on the site, but Yumpy flanking out on B was caught. Nats eventually dealt with on top ramp, and now the numbers thin out further. Sure, Mystic is still there, but the Seekers give all the info away. There's 2 players on mid, 1 on A site. Mystic needs to try and join his teammates, and they can't cross. Not till he gets closer to put that smoke down and at least deal with CNED, who's posted up on the angle. This is a fragmented round from Liquid. Man disadvantage, limited map control.
30 seconds
They're
left.
about to give away even more information. The Seekers were helpful. The trap,
Perfect.
Tom's going to be asking for a replay of this one. Beautifully put down. Gorgeous, Tom. Couldn't have done that better myself, I have to say.
No, you'd have missed it somehow. There we go, though. Into the site. Nobody currently watching on that cross, but if they get the timing right, the spike could be dropped. Wasn't in the hands of Kiko, but they will be able to get it over. Put this into an afterplant, or so you might think it's bait. The jump across leaves it down to Enzo within the site, already dead. Mystic, 1 versus 4 to try and keep them in this map, and it is not going to be happening. Utter domination as Foot make their presence known back in EMEA.
Holy!
Liquid Mitch.
What a first game!
Now Foot have come in convincingly, taking their map pick 13-5. They lost the opening pistol, and they give away a total of 5. No doubt about it, their hands were tightly on the reins all throughout map number 1. Will Icebox, Liquid's pick, be any different? Tune in after the break to find out.
I know a place. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. drop, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line, I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the... Hey, you ain't real, it's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the... That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes.
Food! 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 Food!
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT EMEA, where I would like to issue an official apology to you, CNED. Listen, Mr. Charles Eddington, I was not familiar with your game. I forgot about your headshots. I forgot about that ob. I forgot about your pew-pews. And from now on, to hell with Jet. You want to play chamber? Play chamber. I don't care anymore, and I would never, ever, ever doubt you again. CNED, I'm sorry. Now, with that out of the way, let's bring back Kukuka and Bonecold and take a look at CNED in today's AIM Labs warm-up. Not that this guy even needs to warm up, because he looked great, and like I said, Kukuka, Bonecold, I'm sorry, I got it wrong.
I mean, I think we doubled down on we want to see him on something that he's more comfortable in, and definitely this side of Foot, this performance that we just saw on Split is definitely a more comfortable Foot.
This is what makes like Foot so scary, because I feel like when they get, you know, like the hang of things, they will just run you over. Like you give them an inch, they will just, you know, like they will run you down. It's also something that I just want to point out. I'm so happy to see CNED yelling and smiling again. I feel like he's like been, you know, like he's come out of that, you know, like hyperbolic time chamber, you know, from practice, and he's back.
Yeah, let's take a look at those reactions, because Bonecold, when he was playing with you on Ascent, he was like the Iceman. He barely even gave a thumbs up or a smile. I don't know what happened on RV, but he's a changed man though.
Like, it's just so nice to see him like yelling and clapping. I feel like on Navi, you know, like I feel like he was maybe, you know, like he didn't have, you know, like the time of his life, but like now, he's a changed man.
He's back. I like to see him laugh. I think that he has a very nice laugh. But yeah, I think that it just comes to him being comfortable also within his team. Also seeing the changes that they might have implemented into how they were playing. They were literally on their face. Like Liquid tried so many things. Let's try and play for retake. Let's try and prevent that plan from even happening. And we know, and we've said many times, how Turkish Valorant is a lot about the pew-pew and a lot about the shooting. But man, it was impossible for Liquid to win some of those duels. It was literally impossible.
Yeah, it was indeed. And also the fact they wanted to start on defense, and this is not what we expected to. But CNED's chamber, this is where we had a lot of criticism at kickoff. But if you take a look at his stats where he played it at kickoff versus now, Kakuka, it is night and day.
Yeah, of course. That has nothing to do with comfort, and I think it has a lot to do more with time put into the server and just not only getting the reps, but understanding what works for you and what doesn't. You get into that position where you feel safe with doing the things that you're doing, even if you're playing with a chamber.
Yeah, but moving on to Icebox, Foot, they were doing some weird stuff, Bone Cold, but surely, you know, the chamber could, again, it might work here.
Yeah, I'm just hoping they stay away from that Phoenix Fade composition they were playing last time we saw them. I wouldn't mind to have them even playing like no duelist. I think this chamber was looking extremely good on split. For Icebox, it's something that I really want to see CNED being like set up like really well, especially for them starting on defense.
Yeah, exactly. And if we take a look at the other side, regardless of what Foot did, we need to look at Liquid and how they can bring this back to even get to a third map that we were praising that we wanted at the beginning of the day. Kiko maybe with another crazy performance on Icebox is what they're going to need going head against.
And this is the thing though, you know, with CNED trying all these different things, we don't expect Kiko to do that. And Kakuga, he doesn't need to do that because his jet is very good.
Yeah, exactly. But then we go back into the compositions, right? And Kiko needs to feel comfortable. They're playing the most standardized composition here on Icebox. They're the kind of team that just, you know, they play the Sova, they play the Sage, if they don't make any changes, that is.
Well, let's take a look here at the agent select and see if we will get any changes.
Well, we did.
Oh, we did.
If you were to tell me that this is a change, I would say, well, maybe Foot is deciding to go for the Sage KO.
The Cracks KO!
Okay.
Yes.
We get Cracks on the KO. They decide to go for no Killjoy, right? So someone needs to take care of mid. That is super important, especially for them starting on the defense. It could be one of the holes. And for Team Liquid, the Gecko, the Harbor, that double smoker is very different from what we saw kickoff.
The second one, I apologize to CNED, Bone Cold, he logged in a jet.
I don't mind. Just, you know, like Jet chamber, let the man play. But I want to, you know, like
Team Liquid almost plays the Lao comp.
About, you know, like them being active, especially in the middle. We need to see them.
The only difference is that they play
we cannot let
Gecko
them, you know, like, we cannot let
instead of
Liquid
Sova.
just be walking out, and you know, like we cannot let them have those lurks. We need to see the operator in play.
So they don't really have the drone, which is
but they have a
like
chance to get back into
it
this
is
game. Let's
so-
toss it over to Mitch and Thomas. See
they don't
if
have
they can.
Hero Knife, they don't have
Well, you know
the
what,
drone.
Tom? Enzo's always been good on Icebox.
They
So
don't
Team
have,
Liquid
like,
set up for success. I like it. Mystic on a new agent, if I'm not mistaken. He's
the
never played the Harbor
Recon
before.
Dart,
Enzo on the Gecko as well. This could
the
be really
kill.
exciting. Foot. Yeah, I mean, I like their
makes you
comp changes
nervous,
too.
doesn't it?
I
It
really
makes you
like
the
that.
nervous.
kill
Cracks
flashes,
back on KO,
but they have
CNED back
the
on Jet. Like, if I was ever going to be scared of anything,
the
even
Gecko
think, like,
flash.
Mr. Pollen on
I
Sova
don't
is
know.
pretty
I
scary
think
as
like
well,
with
so
Killjoy
I
Viper,
would
you
definitely
already
be
have
nervous.
like,
And I don't think, like, I think
enough
the composition is definitely,
mollies,
I've been
you know.
enjoying the Gecko quite a bit. I definitely think I enjoy it a little bit more with having a second initiator, like having the KO and the Gecko, just to have those combinations, but for now at least, we are going to have ourselves very
I think
aggressive
KO
push by
might
the
be
defensive side,
overkill.
but that's the thing, Foot were very happy to take the fight versus their opposition, already claiming that early orb, and in the meantime, okay, we've had a little bit of a push coming out of the other side.
Sova is so strong
look
on
like already building
on
in
Icebox. And
will be
Foot,
an A take. It seems like the
Foot, they have
information's definitely going to be there already, though.
Sage instead of a
Well, yeah, the
Killjoy.
captain got enough info for sure. They're confident to stack it up. They're just worried about the mid flank that is underway from Kiko. It looks like he's got perfect timing on the way through. This attack side just needs to fake it enough that it looks like they are committing, so no one goes back. Oh, that's an awkward fight. But Kiko's won it, and he's done so much damage onto Ada Captain as well. Now this defensive side has to watch their back, be worried about the flank all the while. The aggression on site can come through. The wall broken open. But it's slow. It's slow. It looks like they're waiting for Foot to make another mistake for an overextension, but that's not coming through. Foot are patiently waiting for Team Liquid to take a step forward, winning their fights as they do. A quick trade back, and Yumpy on another. Leaves Cracks alone, and he'll fall. 3 kills from Yumpy. That's what it takes to get a pistol for Liquid.
Yeah, I'm happy to see him get off to the races. He had a round in the previous map, but other than that, it was definitely a rough performance from him, and he has been, as said, over the last couple of years, one of the most consistent factors within the VCT. Getting off to a good start with the pistol. And on the other side of things, not expecting much going into this round from Foot. You're going to see CNED picking up the Marshall, which can always be problematic, but on the other side, you got the slightly buffed version.
Only slightly. Incredibly strong, lots of players close here. Out of Captain, right click range is perfect, and he's got 2. Not again!
Oh my god.
3 kills for Foot in a round where they have next to nothing. Out of Captain, he's sneaking away with the weapon as well. He's just rounded the corner in time. Now he's got support. This is why I was worried, and it's just Ada with a classic that's already torn Team Liquid's early round to shreds. Kill from Yedege puts it all down to Yumpy. 3 kills in the last round. 3 kills needed this time. Him against the world. And the lack
Honestly,
of
if you're Foot, you disengage that, and you go get weapons.
But now they group up together and find
Yeah.
the final kill. Deja
You give him
vu
the
of
site, you
map
let him
number 1.
plant,
As Team
and then you
Liquid
play a
win
heavy
the
one
pistol
with weapons.
and lose it to
And it's the
3
second eco,
classic
like.
kills in the follow-up. Well, 2 classic kills.
That's a really good spot
there's
to
a
have a drone. It's a really, really good. Again,
And another
the
big
fact
blow
he got
to
1 was impressive. The fact he
Liquid's
gets
economy.
3, I feel like that's just going to give Team Liquid nightmares. And again, silence has fallen within this building. A lot of Liquid fans here today, and it is not going the way they hoped. Already you can see these rifles brought through from the previous round alongside some upgrades for the rest of the team. Obviously, that was an eco. There was only a Marshall. Everything else was classics. To do that once, what do you say? 1 in 50 times?
That's what I said. That's what I settled on.
How about twice in 2 maps?
Yeah, it's tough.
Beating the odds a bit.
Twice out of 2. There's only been 2 follow-ups on a pistol for them, so it's pretty rough. I think it speaks to Foot's consistency. Even if the opportunities are given to capitalize on it, every time is incredible, and he's out of there. That's the beauty of CNED on this agent. Right back to the back of A's site. Team Liquid obviously just working with classics. You can see the disadvantages. They're tangible.
Yeah,
next to
you can see the disadvantages.
1 enemy remaining.
Unless it's on the other
Holy.
team. Yeah. Then you don't see them as much.
I mean, you'd
weirdly.
never expect them to do anything with classics, would you, Tom?
Yeah, and it's a bulldog
Well,
down,
2 to
so
1.
it's not
Foot
even
claim
that.
essentially a pistol round
that
victory.
big.
I mean, they get that little boost in, but their economy's in a great position. There's a lot more benefits to the win about these early rounds, to the fact that they lose so few players in the follow-ups too.
Economically, it is better to basically lose the pistol and win the second when not buying.
Yes.
That's the best thing you can do for your economy.
Yes, but you should never really win
No,
those
you should
rounds.
never be able to do that. But they've done it twice, so, you know, it's something that needs to be mentioned, weirdly. Also, for somehow they have almost put, this looks like an OT round. All of them were 3 orbs away from getting their ultimate online, so they managed to spread the wealth. It means that Yumpy and Kiko are actually getting pretty close. CNED is going to have to
I think
fade
he's
away from this,
spotted.
or so you think. There is a pop flash that allows the peak, but it's not even him. It's Mr. Farland. Again, constantly pressuring and pushing this Liquid side, not allowing them to get into position for executions. They've always been a really difficult team to play against because of the manner in which they aggress. Wall down mid has to be broken just to force somebody to come back in that direction. And at the moment, they've left Ada Captain alone, but again, so far, that has been enough. for a B-site defense.
Toxins going up.
Liquid are approaching this one slowly. No doubt, after how things have gone, there is a sense of trepidation to any sort of angle they're peeking.
Here.
It's towards the B site, but Footer making that read. Yedajay's on the way to back up his colleague, at a captain down below. A dangerous duo in the worst of
30
times.
seconds left.
And it seems like we're in the best for Foot. Wall will go up to at least obscure vision, but he goes ahead of it. Yedajay falls, but out of captain trades. 20 seconds. They need that spike to be planted. The wall falls and still he
Finds
gets another.
one.
Despite facing 3 opponents. He'll claim one before falling, leaving the advantage in the hands of Foot on the...
Anything. I have the information that players could be close, but don't know exactly where the Liquid players are. Rotation coming on already. Krax is going to win the duel, and it's left onto Nats. A legend on Icebox, but he's going to have to pull off a miracle again, looking to potentially peak him. At the same time, his position known. He's not even going to win that first fight. Cena puts him in the grave. An immediate addition to their lead from Foot. 3 players standing as well. If the economy wasn't already building, it will continue to. For the side of Liquid.
And Liquid faces,
gonna have
man.
themselves some finances at least to play with. That loss bonus. The spike plant is helping them out a little
You
bit.
can see they don't have the answer.
So far, it's looking like more of the same.
You know, I like Jack, our third-person observer, gave us a little angle there of a nice lineup that's been coming through from Yumpy. The Nano Swarm going up onto pipes, denying that control. But it just doesn't matter. Like, you can place your utility perfectly when it comes down to it. Pound for pound right now, Foot are miles ahead. They are winning. Even the out-of-captain position, how he gets one. The guy is nuts to make that 90-degree flick with 3 players facing him. They had the drop on him, but he still drops one. Footer on 3, Team Liquid invest fully. All the credits on the line. Light shields on 4 players. A lockdown to work with for Yumpy. Won't be putting that in for a moment. And Mr. Fallen also has the Hunter's Fury. So there is no easy way to go about
Also,
this.
just look how far the players on Foot have pushed. They are all the way down B already. Here comes that lockdown. Now, Mr. Fallen, it seems like they're just going to try and use their utility to destroy it instead, which they will. Shock Dance in combination with that fragment means that there hasn't really been the space taken. They're ready though. Kiko watches for those players running in from behind, and now they're going to hightail it back towards the B site. Finally catching out that aggression. Rotation from Mr. Fallen has to win this fight, and he will. Definitely makes things a little bit more
They
interesting.
won't
The
expect
lower
the
that draw
second
gets,
one,
the
though.
scarier things become, because he still has that Hunter's Fury saved. The thing is, though, it seems
30
like the
seconds left.
rotations of which way they've gone is completely wrong, and Nats, being so deep in kitchen, knows it.
Yeah, Yumpy stayed close on A there, even sold the fake, got them to rotate back.
I
I'm
think
not
he
sure
saw
what
the
sound
kill,
cue
no?
was, what he did to let them know, but they were convinced
Now he did.
it was an A play. Now they've spotted Nats after his kill, but by the time they deal with him, the round may already be lost. They need to pick up the pace on going forward, and he's not an easy player to root from his position. He's gone back to check for Yedajay. The Spidey senses tingled correctly, but they still have time for this. They'd have to get on it very, very quickly. And you imagine Liquid with 3 players, they would be able to deny them. They have utility. I mean, Yedajay's going in at least to keep them around for the spike explosion. And they won't be around. That round is closed out nicely by Enzo. A quick double for Bounce.
So the one benefit of them actually going for that is the fact that that puts both ults of the remaining players online.
True.
So them going down, if they go down to the spike or anything, or if they save, they're not going to have those ultimates. So now you have 4 of the 5 ults. 1 is 1 away, and that's the Blade Storm for CNED. So even though Liquid have managed this, it's still going to be problematic. It's a good push and pull, though. The fact is, Kiko catching that aggression, I feel like Foot are going to have to be a little bit more tentative in the way that they push from now on, with that being watched, and just Nats doing Nats things. That's what we love to see on this map. It's a map, as said, that we have seen him so many times cause issues for teams on his lurks.
Well, the Viper's Pit is used by Foot off rip, one of their 4 ultimates that's online. Beautiful thing about CNED having an ult too is that he's probably going to have, or being 1 away, he'll have that Blade Storm online by the time he needs it, because he's hitting that first shot 9 times out of 10.
Or if he doesn't, he has it next round. So
Exactly. Worst
either
case
way.
scenario, it's free investment. But yeah,
they're gonna leave him solo. That's the thing. Like, you have this Viper's Pit. the expectation from Foot is definitely that Liquid are going to play through this, because they've left 2 players, both initiators in fact, behind. They've got
There's my buddy.
Yedege watching middle, and then the rest is all onto CNED. Now I can only assume with the ults they have, the plan is CNED gets 1 kill, and then they just play retake.
This becomes somewhat readable. I mean, it depends on how Foot conclude, but they heard the alarm bot get pulled back from inside of A main. I'm fairly certain it was pulled back. Yumpy is dropped, so it won't be put back into the round. And they're now starting to realize, yes, these rotations have come through. There's no way out. CNED's caught. Bladestorm could have helped that time. Now the numbers are evened up. There's a res online for Yedege. They've got some mid control to work with to fight back through, but yeah, but you're not going to res him. But perhaps one of the future engagements, Yedege's partnered up with Krax, who at least trains him out. No res to play with, but an ult on Krax could still spur them forward, deleting that utility from Enzo, allowing them some space to play with. Great if they had the wall still. Hunter's Fury too. Hello, big connection, and not going to follow up. No kill from it. Enzo left on 7. He still has Dizzy to work with, but suppressed by Krax, who's now closing the distance. They tap the spike, bait out more utility, and bait out a firefight. Enzo down, Mystic swinging, close is caught. This is getting a little risky now, as Nats had to swing to convert or defusing.
No.
3 kills for Krax, and time is the only enemy
No
remaining.
time.
It's against them.
Oh my god!
0.13 of a second. Every little detail falls in place for Foot yet again.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Like you
Holy
see as well, like
fuck,
the
man.
late usage of Thrash to try and deny them the space, the fight back into the round once again, Kiko being able to win that battle and then just trading back and forth. It comes down to Nats. You almost would believe that he has it. And just the final shots being connected by Krax is going to put them ever further into the lead. And still, even though they lose so many players, they have the finances to buy once again. Used quite a lot of ults though, and one of them's going to come online instantly for the side of Kiko. Looking to try and lead the charge a little bit. Mr. Fon genuinely has no fear. They have gone to grab that orb in the first few seconds of every round.
There hasn't been any denial there for it. And one of the main things you'll see thrown out is a, snake bite shock dart. Don't have that to worry about. Shorter Team Liquid just speeding up on the angle. They'll be safe as can be. Kiko on his way through with his Bladestorm in hand, and well, Enzo has lost his life immediately. Good angle by Krax. He fades back in the spike plant, at least secure inside the Viper's pit. A wall up to prevent them from even filling in this initial space, so there's a lot of little angles that Foot need to consider on the way back through. This is somewhere that they have the advantage. Yedege has a res if they need it, but getting that Viper's pit dealt with is going to be another problem. They try to take Viper down, but Mystic's the one to fall. Snake bites being fired out, give away the position. They are ruthlessly hunting down Nats, forcing him from his ultimate that will ultimately be dropped by the looks of things. Mr. Fallen back online, but the snake bite gets CNED. Good kill by Nats, followed up with more. 4 to finish. And Team Liquid, well,
damn,
one away from equalizing it. It's a better look. They're fighting early, and that's what we didn't see from them on split.
Liquid is gonna need
Just again, Nats getting into the game.
Nats on.
He's someone who, as said, in some of their kickoff runs and some of the matches, they look good. He was one of the pinnacle players for them. Coming out with a 4K when things got dangerously close. That's the thing, fighting back through that pit. And he's able to just clean them up so low after that point. Snakebite as well to deny any defusal. And now finally, after what has been a tough road, they have managed to break the economy. Now this does still come with the piece of the puzzle that is CNED's Bladestorm. But definitely a much easier round than the ones they've been facing off against in the last few.
It should be. It should be, Tom. Out of Stinger, not a classic, so I'm feeling a little bit safer about how this one will play out. Yumpy's turret caught contact, and he's gone back to try to find the players. We're moving forward towards the B site. The stack is in play. Foot have a lot to work with. Shock dart down, and okay, little guy, he's
The
still
wingman
going. He survived quite an onslaught of utility and
still
bullets
does
there.
the job.
He's definitely the MVP of the early round. The late round, well, it should be easy for Liquid to tie up. Even with the rifle picked up for Yedege, there is not very much for them to work with. They don't have a wall to deny control. It's cloud bursts in the form, basically the only smokes they've got.
Wow.
As well, thankfully, because it looks like
Holy.
seriously being taken. Foot not giving up an inch, but
Blocking sight.
left down in an awkward position. Cracks diffusing while eventually a snake bite
He's
lands.
gonna die to the snake bite.
Team Liquid up to 4.
Okay, a
Definitely
reaction
got a little
from
too close for
Liquid.
comfort, though, again, considering what Foot had in play.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where they lose so many players to cracks with the Sheriff, the Bladestorm for CNED. Like, they're never really getting away from having that lower economy, but they're getting through the rounds. And I think if you're going to see Liquid build up into this series, this might just be the way they have to do it. It's going to be a grind, because the fact is Foot are still playing with that next level confidence.
Yes.
Well, 4-4. Getting things back into contention. Seems again with the operator is pushed all the way up.
Ooh. This time almost punished, but not quite. Good angle by Nats. Crossed with his own orb. And they thought Yedege had enough of it covered, but a small gap left open. And it's capitalized on. Team Liquid have the advantage to play with. CNED's op was spotted and pushed back without an opening duel. Everything's going right at the start, and Nats has managed to sneak away with another kill. Crack's now down. He turns his attention back to the tube. Yedege's down below it, waiting for him on the other side of the orb, actually. Caught a little angle. Out of Captain, 10 HP. Good wall bang, good punish. He'll struggle to find anything else. Well, it could go a little better if Nats was still alive. It's down to a 3 versus 2 with CNED's up and Yedege close. It's by all means winnable for the side of Foot, especially as they now equalize the numbers. And when this wall goes down, when the cove fades, the op will be sitting on the other side, planting inside a cove while there's a player close. It's a free battle for Yedege. If there was a harbor on Foot, I'd assume they put that in.
There's so many rounds that just look like they're set for Liquid to win. I feel like, again, you're talking about the Nats effect. He manages to lurk his way through, get 2 openers for the squad, and okay, he goes down, but it's this that just, he does the same thing twice within the same cove that they put down, and then CNED's just waiting on the other side. Like, these are just errors coming out from Liquid, and sure, you need the gall of someone like Yedege to play into that twice and not expect somebody to be waiting, but you cannot allow him to come out of that foot, or even going to be the ones to take a pause. Sure, they've just won themselves a round of explosive individual plays, but I almost wonder if that's just to let Liquid stew in that one a little bit.
It's a two-sided blade at the end of the day. They lost their mid control. There was a huge gap in it. A Viper orb goes up, a Viper crosses mid and goes up through tube. That is the most predictable thing on the planet. That's what almost every Viper will do, unless they're trying to bait you into thinking that they're doing that. And he gets away with a kill on an angle that couldn't have been watched by anyone. Like, that was a wide open gap. He then manages to walk past the Sage and get into kitchen and take another deal. That, as a coach, that you're already calling the pause. Even win or lose the round, you're calling that pause to go, guys, fix the early setup. But yeah, also, it's like, hey, Liquid, you want to talk about that? you want to have a little chat about what went wrong there? Because there's going to be some constructive criticism, and there's going to be some just criticism, because it was shaky, it was rough, and I think that's somewhere they're getting lost a little bit in those late rounds. 5-4, it's a close scoreline, and it's not lost just yet.
This is also where the damage, well, it's not even that. This is where the damage of losing 4 players to pistols, you now have nothing. Like, there's been no reserve cash ever built up for Liquid because they're losing so much in rounds that
you did good.
They should be able to keep cleaner.
I mean, the best example being the anti-eco not long ago, and they come down to 1 player left alive. Bladestorm is in play there, sure, but didn't even have that much impact, all things considered. Foot have just been able to make it work, whether they're coming in with weapons or tools, they're coming out with victories.
Already, the read for them is good. The wall not being broken means mid-control isn't an issue. I've seen it on the other side, so they're going to have 4 players ready and waiting. It looks like the plant, nope, that's going to be denied as well. I think at least doing a little bit of extra damage, but an immediate heal to reduce the danger. While looking like this might just be a clean one.
They're going to get,
it's going to be an Andalusia flawless to get themselves their 6th round onto the board. Looking to see what sort of response Liquid have. They've got the lockdown, but there's a lot of counters to it in this round.
Yeah, a lot of counters in terms of ults, in terms of utility that's been in play as well. We've seen not really too much of a bother. Like, this is definitely, if I look at Split, I would say, despite knowing Liquid have played it, even up against Koi a couple days ago, like we discussed in that map, it looked like Liquid were not ready to play it. It looked like they had some trap ideas, but again, the push and pull of the map and control just was not there when it comes to, and also individually, Foot were just smashing. Oh no, oh no. Somehow you know Yedege is going to win that fight almost every time. Foot have been insane in early battles. And this is the thing, they're making it work. They're controlling the map. They've got the economy. They've got the ult economy going for them. And the one thing that Liquid had, you know, lockdown.
Oh yeah, that's gone.
It's out. It's out of here.
Yeah, they're gonna leave.
Take flight.
The drone. That's gonna get a lot of info. Already, yes, it does. 2 more players. They know basically where this entire push is coming in. They're gonna try and do a little bit of extra chip damage, but you can see Yedege has already rotated into position to support. They've got the A site locked down. They've got a push from CNED coming in as well on the flank. Basically, every single possible piece of information is currently on board for Foot. They're going to try and isolate themselves a duel here, but I don't even know if they check towards this angle. No, they definitely don't now.
What a sneaky pose.
Gets away with murder, and it's a back-to-back Andalusia flawless for Foot. They are starting to truly run away with this again.
And that timeout was pretty good.
And Tom,
after all, like
they used 1 ult. They've got 3 still to work with.
It had no impact.
For the final round, Foot come in with a res, a null command, and a Hunter's Fury. Team Liquid have a lockdown that's going to meet a Hunter's Fury when it's used. And Mystic, while he can reckon with his opponents, that might be useful, especially for getting into a site, for taking space. I think it's going to be used on A, but by the looks of it, Foot will play retake. Like, right away, they're just giving up the site. This does mitigate one of the big factors for Foot, which is their early picks. They can't really occupy that space. You don't think they can occupy that space, yet somehow they still get an early pick. It's just happening again and again. This team is untouchable.
Oh no, they haven't been able to get the plant in either. Viper's Pit is going to be used, but they might not even be able to get the plant in here. That Reckoning was meant to give them the space in the plant. Instead, well,
you have to hit here if you're the server.
But the plant definitely
try
hasn't
to hit someone in the pit.
Of their after plant last time, being able to get in early and then just hold from the backlines. Even then, they still needed.
Oh, he's gonna hit it.
This time, the Hunter's
That's
Fury
what he was
is going to be
waiting
used
for.
to deny that lockdown.
I thought it was planted, but no.
So that space is still not going to be garnered just yet. Just hoping that they can somehow get in and get themselves the plant. But that captain is just waiting patiently. The second that is tapped, he's going to attempt to spam.
Oh, just block it, duh. Now he's up close in a safe spot. They're going to try to make their way out. The spam doesn't work out, but CNED up top, or down below, in fact, able to find one. It's Cracks supporting. And that same line of fire, they barely need to move. Liquid walk into their open, waiting hands.
And
not
the
a bad idea to
freaking
play the
hands.
backside push. Execution different, as it has been nothing but execution from this Foot side. Double the rounds of Team Liquid at the half, Tom.
And it's freaking defense on Icebox.
You know, defensive side, Team Liquid. It's all gonna be different. Why?
Spike down A.
I'll be honest with you.
Oh no, Tom, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
I'm more worried for them now. Look at the scoreboard for Foot. It's not even like one player's just going ham. I guess, okay, if I'm giving you some hope, I'm looking at Kiko.
Okay.
In their first matchup, when they played against Koi and they scraped the win on Icebox, he had 37 kills. This kid can frag. Putting him onto that sort of defensive side, having the setup of Enzo as well, like this Gecko allows for those flashes into aggressive peaks. It can work out for him. We've also seen some glimmers of hope from Nats and Yumpy at times as well, so if they can come online, there's still opportunity.
Well, there's some chances for Team Liquid. This scoreline isn't damning. It's the last map and the way some of these rounds have gone that make me worried. Foot find pistols in their hands yet again. A terrifying concept for Team Liquid. Now need to try to win this pistol to inject some round, well, inject 1 round based on how we've seen it go so far. Let's not get our hopes up, not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Yumpy again
Yumpy, a 3K
on the pistol.
pistol, 2 in this. Will it be enough? The damage being dished out as we speak, leaving Mr. Fallen all alone with a classic in hand. 2 players staring at him, and a clean response from Team Liquid. Another pistol. Their
Second
of the
pistol.
map, now secured. The follow-up though, Tom,
Got an
that's where
idea.
the questions are.
Keep your pistols again. because they win the pistols, they just lose the second round. So if you play the second round as a pistol, then you're just playing another pistol, then you win.
That's true. Just
as a pistol.
Actually, the majority of rounds in this series have been off pistols, so they should only play. In fact, round 5, I still want to see pistols. 6 pistols.
Okay.
9K in the bank.
You've lost me a little bit there.
I'm just trying anything, Tom.
It's the start that they needed. And again, I don't want to say it, but there's barely anything invested for Foot.
Great. Good.
Now, a lot of what they were able to do was on their defense, so you kind of hope that there's going to be that conversion here.
Enemy kill.
Kiko well placed. That will be the start that they need. And normally it's sort of snowballed when they've lost these rounds. It hasn't been like trades in a lot of these cases. He doesn't actually have any support. That's the only thing that is worrying me. There is absolutely no one nearby. Finally, Yumpy's going to sort of switch his positioning and they'll get Enzo into mid instead. And now I think it looks a lot less damning than it could have done.
Yeah. Well, especially he's made it out of that spot, having burned his dash up early, didn't find contact, couldn't use it to escape then. I was a little bit worried. Now it's time to play a little bit of blind darts. Oh no, they pushed through the wall. They've taken the fight to them. Good for the start, but Enzo's unchecked up top and a snake bite.
Oh my god, how many times are they gonna die to fucking Viper Molly?
Krax is all alone. 1v4, Sheriff in hand, and players wrapping all around. They did
Okay.
Sweet dreams. Team Liquid have won a follow-up to a pistol.
Finally.
Fantastic. Maybe this is the turning of the tide.
It could be.
Definitely some belief still within the arena, that's for sure. And that's the thing, especially now with the pistol under their belt, this definitely isn't a death sentence. Foot though, they're gonna have the fall by.
Right here.
Full shields on every single player at setup. Initially for the defense, it's gonna be leaning towards that B site. Looking like they want to try and take similar control away to what was there for the other side, but I guess without the early aggression, they've decided immediately to try and stack back up over on A. That's where the drone's coming through. That's where the majority of the players are. But the spike's still on the ground, and 2 players have deep pushed B already.
Curious to see where that spike ends up shifting towards. Foot seemed to be just faking out A, getting control, putting down some util. Sorry, taking some util out of the hands of Team Liquid, more so breaking it. And then the shift back towards B. Screen goes up, crosses in, players on yellow. Now for Team Liquid, it's Nats. Very long range with a Spectre. He's not trying to fight. He's just trying to grab the information as they come up. But that info was denied. He didn't see anything, but he suspects it. So the rotations are in. 4 players for the defenders will now be here. And even as Nats throws out this snake bite, he has support.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
The flash is too good. No, that was near perfect. Good play on the drop down, and they almost caught Ada Captain, but he sneaks around the corner. Good shot by Kiko. Okay, and you know what, Tom? It's starting to look doable again.
Yeah, still the problem of him being with the weaker weaponry for the other players is definitely going to make things more problematic. You've also still got the aggressive positioning of Krax. The flash again. This is why we want to see this guy just back
nice.
Because every single time he is a menace. A response from Foot, and you just love the way that they synergize around that utility. I even feel like the utility from Mystic
Nobody's for the Queen.
Like you see that wave coming through, and they just pop flash through it
Now we
as they
have
would their
a
own
fucking
screen,
Yanon.
and it's just an immediate kill onto Nats. Now sure, weaker weaponry, it was definitely going to be difficult for him to win that battle anyway, but that's the thing with Foot. You might expect that they get into an afterplant and they fall back. That's never going to be the way they play. They're so infuriating with how aggressive and how much space they take.
It's interesting as well, the mosh pit on back yellow. I think the idea was to get the player to swing to the right. Instead he goes left, round the back, and Krax is able to find all that space. 44 HP on CNED, early spams, but he's put back up.
Oh no!
After making it through Decay, Nats. 1 kill. Position known, Snakebite denies the plant for a while. It will buy some time. The mid
they know about the gap.
I thought this fall might
Right?
be flanking. Oh,
yeah, it's gonna be.
There on purpose.
It's gonna be
100%.
garden.
I was looking at that wall and saying that's got a ridiculously big gap in it.
Oh.
Okay. A nice kill to take down Cena, but still so much they have
It's
to
gonna-
do. He's going to have his thrash
it's gonna
online.
touch,
That
yeah.
might be able to clear some of the spaces. His teammates look to get that a little bit closer. They are going to be watching for it and deny it ever further. The spam isn't going to find anything else, but the
He's
whole
gonna
goal
break the
is to
wall
try
here.
and clear them out the back line, but he's so desperately low. Kiko, however, has been able to give them that man advantage. Even still, though, a single bullet could remove him from action. The spam is going to take down the wingman and not allow for anything more, but they have now tapped it. The players have to start spraying, but the shots are not being connected. And Mr. Fallen, he's done enough. The time is gone. Liquid will get the kills. Foot will get the round.
Yeah, and I know which one I'd prefer. Foot now on double digits, 3 away from taking it.
The way you reacted to that wallbang, I think you'd rather have the kill.
Tom, an Odin retake on B wallbang from Snowman through the box. I will say this, I do not get to see that every day. That is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The gap in the wall, though, almost better. I mean, what a good idea. Oh no, we've made a mistake. Please don't snakebite us.
That's the thing. It's either intentional or just adaptation in the moment.
Yeah, they reacted very well to
At
that
some
gap.
point they realized, I'm gonna shoot a guy when he peeks this, and that's what I'm talking about. A little bit of initiative. Now for Team Liquid, a pause. They did well on the retake. It took a little too long, and there was a fight or two that could have went their way. Some wall banks that could have been closer. It is what it is.
It's another game you've won both pistols and you're 10-6 down.
Yeah, that's
such a
almost unfathomable.
It shows how good Foot have been. Obviously, there was an immediate response in the first half, which made it a little bit different, but the fact is they have been able to streak rounds together. I think overall they've looked like a better squad. And the thing is, again, just this was the same thing in the first half. Their ults are pretty much every player's performing, so every single ult at a point is going to come online at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that. Look at that scoreboard there. Ada Captain, Mr. Fallen, Yedije, soon to have ultis. And this round that we're about to see, round number 17, not likely to be a huge impact round. Team Liquid come in with a lot of weaknesses. One rifle on Nats because he has that little bit to work with, having saved it over. But the rest of the squad, not investing, not looking to gamble at all here and now. Bladestorm's going to be used by Kiko as well, and that's the end of the compliments for the Liquid prospects. For Foot, they should clean this one up.
And they have a
They
stack
should end
on
up with
B.
most of those ultis online, and then that's 11-6 in a swing round when Team Liquid invest everything. You've got these ultis to beat them back into submission. It's scary if you're on that defensive side, and for now, you can see the A site has been taken. A big retake going to be needed for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and especially when you don't have that much utility to play with. You don't have weaponry either. Like how you're going to push these players out of the deeper positions in the post plant is going to be so difficult. And bear in mind, they held on to a lot of their util because you didn't have anything to stop them. So it's not looking great. Yedije doesn't have much to lose, so he's just going to play aggressively with the Stinger, already clearing out a couple. Kiko does well, but he needs to do so much more. Third kill already on the books. And Mystics managed to get onto the defusal. The problem is he now goes down. It has to be the ace, and it needs to be soon. The fourth kill for Kiko. At minimum needs to get this to half. Cracks just looking to try and go for the peak, but he's just playing with the timer. It is a nice attempt from Kiko. He'll make this one costly, but again, Foot are the ones to take the round.
And look at the kill dispersion, Tom, what it's ended up doing with the plant as well. Foot now walk in, 3 ults in hand, Cracks one away after that last kill. They are going to have a lot of safety nets to fall back on, and yeah, sure, look, a lot of kills, it's great. It puts most of these players down to their last credits on the attacking side for the investment. It's also 11-6 if they win this round. That simply doesn't matter. And for Team Liquid, potentially, they've bought themselves one anti-eco, which, if we look at the win rates, that's not even as good as it might seem. So this is a very precarious position for this defensive side to be in, and that's when Kiko goes, screw it, I'm sending it. Hasn't even activated his dash. There it is eventually. He's round the side, and he's been caught and dealt with. That was a
I like
big
the
cost.
idea. Like, I like the idea with the high tide.
Yeah,
the problem is they have a res. Enzo needs to try and find something more, but eventually decides, okay, I know that Foot are waiting on the other side. Kiko's given me that information. It's just not worth that peak. And now with no command, he has to do this with no util. It basically just has to be off own individual brilliance. He'll get one, but again, that's a player who could be res. It might be 2 reses in a round for Enzo. No kills, even though he's managed to drop a couple of players. And it keeps things in a 4 versus 3. Straight away, we're going to see that reckoning, but a response, I like it. The ult is going to deny any space, and Nats goes down with it. Mystic's been able to sneak his way out, though. That's the one major benefit. He's got a little bit further than they might expect, but look how far they're going. They're just leaving. They've used all of their util. They've used everything to take that site. And the only thing that's going to stand in their way is Yumpy, who's made the early read.
But these B-side defenses have been tough. Foot are able to win these almost every time. Good timing, though, on the recon. Yumpy, a surprise factor now as he catches Yedajay. Looks at the back.
He's gonna get caught.
He second guesses himself.
Oh.
Isolating the right duel. And
You have
leaving
to
Mr.
blend.
Fallen alone. A 1v1 that could turn the tide of this game for Mystic. With 10 seconds, that plan needs to go in here. And Mr. Fallen
Holy.
wins it again in these clutch situations. Foot just do not find themselves downtrodden ever.
My man is about to release some sort of pyramid scheme of how to become an alpha male. Because with seconds left on the clock, he fake plants and just dips Mystic. Moves himself top of the board as well. And well, this is the thing. This is what we talk about with fragging IGLs. Mr. Fallen just hits different.
He really does. He's 17 and 12 right now. After the whole conversation, hey, listen, you're right. That's what he deserves. You think about the conversation today. We started it out. CNET, one of the best players in the world, world champion. All we want to see is this guy back on Jet. Screw the other agents. Sue turned around the whiteboard, showed us Jet is the solution. This is where he can be the best. He's 14 and 12. He's trailing Mr. Fallen. You mentioned it starting out this map as well. CNET, scary. Cracks, that was what I was worried about. And you said Mr. Fallen on the Sova. He can be terrifying too. Hey, listen, you're spot on that one. The entirety of this Foot squad is terrifying. Even Yedajay, just a few rounds ago, had a massive round, tearing them apart. He's only 13 and 12. They're all doing their part.
Yeah, they're all such difficult players to play against. And Liquid, well, it's a pause, but it's a pause that needs to be 6 rounds in a row. It wouldn't be the craziest comeback we've seen on this map, but
true.
With the way things have been going, it might just be. You win both pistols, you're still on 6 rounds, your opponents have hit 12, and Marcined's about to come in with the Blade Storm. And for the positives, they have a lockdown.
Oh, hooray!
Get out of my way!
Revealing area.
Good. I saw the way things have gone. I'm almost more terrified of CNET's classic. They have his Blades, and perhaps I'm right to be. Blades dealt with immediately. Mystic falls, though. Good trade on the back of the flash from Enzo. Kiko able to grab another, and they are hightailing it out of there. No longer wanting to commit to the fight with the Turkish squad. Instead, Team Liquid play defense, and Foot, man disadvantage. Kiko on the corner as well, looking to double up those advantages. 4 versus 2. And the pull around from Mr. Fallen, well, he'll have to get a lot of value off this flash. Some space taken, but Enzo shuts him down.
Yeah, puts them down to just cracks. Still someone you have to be careful of. He's definitely been looking good back on the KO. The guns are out already as they just hold onto the angle, but Kiko still there. And that's the thing. He has been a real difference maker, even though this defensive side hasn't been fantastic. I think in the first half he had 6 kills. He's had 14 in the second half, and it still hasn't looked that different. But we're starting to see that now. I like the aggressive stance. Like with how Foot have been able to just get into these sites, get into after plants and play those posts. Just wanting to take it to them a little bit. Show that they still have that individual skill to match up versus the Turkish powerhouse. And well, you said you were afraid of something.
Yeah, pistols on Foot. I just feel bad, man. I'm feeling terrified with what they're bringing to the table because Team Liquid have lost these rounds again and again. Rifles in their hand. And Foot closing the distance. 4 players on the choke. Nats up close. Good swing, and he's dropped. Oh no, not again. The deja vu's already hitting, but Enzo with 2 kills, 3 kills in fact. It looks like we finally tied a bow in this one. I took a moment. Those spams through the smoke, but he's 28 HP.
Oh, he's 26.
There's no way that he gets away with this one, and the flank even being watched by Yumpy. Big ult round for Team Liquid 2, building up Thrash on Enzo. And this kill should be quick, it should be clean. We move on, 12 to 8, 4 more needed for Team Liquid to bring us to an overtime and keep this series alive.
Yeah, again, thankfully for them, a lot of these wins have not been coming off the back of ultimates. So they're still gonna have Thrash, they're still gonna have lockdown. Finances building, but again, it doesn't matter so much as long as they're getting buys onto the board. And on the other side of things, you've only really got that Viper's Pit available to them. It still does feel, though, that this is just moments away from FUT closing it. Similarly to the last map, like, you had a few moments, you had a few sort of breathers for Liquid where you go, okay, they look like they're finally getting into things, and then just sledgehammer.
Yeah. But have woken up.
I got eyes here.
Whenever they've needed to, whenever things have looked good for Liquid and the sun's starting to shine yet again. Or is that gray cloud? We'll sneak up by FUT, but this is all being watched by Killjoy Utility, so nothing to worry about really. It's just a window peek up top. And Yumpy's going to be caught by that, of course. Now mid is wide open. Even being watched by Nats, he can't determine very much.
It's the down con again. I feel like every time he has it, he's immediately dead. It's never really had that impact. Kiko trying to put himself in. Honestly, it seems like they might try and avoid him, and I don't mind it because he's been so good in the second half. Another kill, 21 to his name. As I said, I feel like that 37 might be needed if they're going to close out this series, but in the meantime, hightailing it back towards the B site. Viper's Pit is available, and Yedajay still hanging around. This fight could be absolutely everything. He's not quite looking the right way, but he still manages to win it. One off having that res online, but it might not be needed. Mr. Farland looking to take it into his own hands, and Yedajay from the back will be there to close it. FUT might have gone out of kickoff with a whimper, but they have come back looking as fearsome as ever with a 2-0 victory over Liquid.
An unbelievable scoreline for this squad, Tom. Liquid came in, they looked okay in their opening matchup. We're starting to figure out where we gauge them on this stage. But I know exactly what I think of FUT after that one. This is just as terrifying a squad as ever. Seen it on the Jet, looked good. Mr. Fallen. Well, he looked the same as always. The guy is a god. And he showed it here on the server today. Great calls, great push and pull. I think that split is something teams are going to be studying for how they managed to push and pull that map, how they managed to play the control and avoid so many of Team Liquid's trap setups that PoE really struggled up against. This is someone to keep your eye on as the season goes on.
I think the scary thing as well is, like, we're now seeing that form where every single player within this team is performing. Like, the youngster of Yedajay doesn't look a foot out of place. He looks fantastic as he comes in with the team. Mr. Farland, and a captain. I had some of the cheekiest plays I think you're ever going to see when it comes to these sort of matchups. And I think they've made a statement here today, because after Liquid won yesterday, or a couple of days ago, we were thinking, okay, maybe they're going to come back, maybe they're going to build into things, and FUT have sent them packing once again.
Yeah, an incredible display. 13 rounds for FUT on this map, 13 rounds for Liquid in the series. Barely letting them pass the point to win a map.
I was like, yeah, they won.
There's an impressive series from FUT, and led by Mr. Fallen. Let's hear from him down on the stage with Yinsu.
That is right. I'm now joined by Mr. Farland, the IGL of FUT. First of all, congratulations on that win. I'm not sure if you're aware, no Turkish team has ever beaten Team Liquid. That has never happened. You guys played against them a lot of times as well, and I believe you only got a map against them the last few times you played against them.
On the finals, I guess.
How did you manage to beat them today so convincingly?
Well, I guess the off-season just, I don't know, we prepared on off-season very good, I guess, because a lot of changes on the off-season, because we just trying new things about the last year, because during kickoff we just slipped a little bit because of the communication right now, but team just adapting himself right now, so that's why we are just better right now here, I guess.
I feel like you're back on form from last year as well. Now, kickoff CNED's chamber, I feel like a lot of people didn't really have faith in that. So what is it about his chamber that made you guys have faith in it, that made you feel like that you still wanted to play that pick?
Well, how can I say? There are some maps you can just play on the waves, you know, because just doesn't want to split right now, no one else plays. So we're just talking each other, and I don't know who's going to play chamber. We just maybe try cracks on chamber, but he plays on waves. So why not? If he can feel it, then he feels it. That's all.
You guys feel confident about it?
Yes, that's why we're disciplined right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's CNED as well. I feel like bad that I even doubted him as well. But just as we, expected the weird things from you guys, you decided to bring it back. The KO, the jet. I honestly thought we were never going to see that again from you guys. So do you feel like that was because of some of the things you learned at kickoff that you felt like maybe you have to still put CNED on the jet sometimes and cracks on the KO sometimes?
Yeah, that works too. But during the off-season, there's a lot of changes. Like I said, we didn't show our last 4 maps. I think people will see the last 4 maps. They're going to be shocked probably.
Oh, Mr. Fon, I really want to see it now. In terms of your individual performance, we were talking about the fragging IGL suddenly fragging. You've always been a fragging IGL. I don't feel like you've ever kind of fallen off.
I'm just lucky, no. I'm just lucky.
No. You're the frag in IGL. But how did not making Madrid personally develop you as an IGL and as a player? Because I know it was probably not the result that you wanted.
Well, first of all, our coach is really helping me a lot because I'm not the main IGL like I'm just playing in 2 years in foot, but I'm really not like a real IGL right now again too. I'm saying every time, but no one believes me. I don't know why. Everyone just speaking, but on the mid course, I will just give it, but that's why I'm comfortable with this wall right now. I can just fill every wall, and I'm just speaking, but not when I'm speaking. There's only 2 more shot callers in the team too, so it's going to be easy for me.
Who are those shot callers on the team? At a captain, right?
I will not say that.
Oh, you weren't a revealer?
No.
Okay. And lastly, before I let you go, you've already broken a record today. You put Turkey back on the map. BBL, they're going to be playing next against Gentlemates. So how do you think this match is going to go?
Well, I hope they win here again because it will be banger with 2 Turkish teams in the first day and win the 2 matches. I just wish them luck. I hope they win.
You know me, Mr. Fan. I believe. Thank you so much.
Too, I know,
yeah, I believe. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll see you here next week. Well, you heard the man. He thinks it's going to be a banger coming up, and we will be delivering BBL versus Gentlemates right after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. so I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I like seeing gains, I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day.
Welcome aboard to Flight 80 ACS from Helsinki to Berlin. This is your Capitan, Bone Cold speaking. And your co-pilot on this journey today will be Mitch, man. Mitch, can you give me the last status update, please?
Oh, yes, sir. All cargo is being loaded and the final passengers have just boarded. All accounted for except for one. Goes by the name of Nathan. Any idea where he might be?
No, Tom. On the way. And he got one man down just being him. He wearing Gucci.
Well, thank you very much, Captain Bone Cold and co-pilot Mitch, for getting the tank here safely on the wing, of course. But this is the thing, great song, by the way. I can listen to this all day and all night. You guys should definitely check it out. But this is the thing, Bone Cold, I know you used to play with Nathan. I know you got a bit of an affiliation here with Gentlemates. You might even be supporting them right now. But I have a sneaky feeling that I could potentially change your mind, because I'm going to show you a little bit of a presentation just on why you should be supporting BBL and why BBL could be the team that comes out on top against Gentlemates. First of all, I'm going to throw those two, Kakuka and Bone Cold, who are currently on the desk. Guys, can you tell me who these guys are? Names? Which players do you see?
Brave.
Then you have Yeti.
Nope.
Unfortunately, you don't.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is not Foot.
It is not. It is BBL. But you got Brave, right? So, you know, it is Brave. Brave. Elite. Just some words people use to describe BBL, and they will be right. On the other side, though, we have Reezy, of course. You can't spell Reezy without easy, and that is how this game is going to go today. Very bad, poor start from you two, but I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, because as we take a look...
I mean, I can't see because I have a monitor here, but...
as we take a look at the next slide, I'm going to ask you another question. Same question. What do you see? What is this?
It's a crown from BBL.
Yeah, the BBL logo?
Yeah.
I mean, on the surface, it looks like this is the BBL logo. But if we zoom in, it is actually a little bit more than just the BBL logo, because if you guys look at the very bottom, as we zoom in, yes, there we go. It is actually the map of Ascent. As you guys all know at home,
they got destroyed in by Navi?
This is the Turkish home ground. This is the map that BBL always win on. If you don't ban Ascent against BBL, you might as well just pay the price for it.
What the fuck is happening with the production?
Ask CRX and Fnatic how that went. All right, next slide. As we move on here, I'm going to give you a couple of more reasons. Another question, Kakuka and Bone Cold. What do you think Epic is thinking about?
It could be anything. Maybe from his wedding to his cat dying. It's epic, so I don't think it's easy to know.
Buncode, what about you? What do you think he's thinking about right here?
I think he's having a stare-off with the Gentlemates player of Nathan.
Okay.
Well, this is the thing. Both of you kind of alluded to it. It's hard to know. And it is hard to know. Nobody really ever knows what Epic is thinking. He's got one emotion, one game face for everything. He could be happy, he could be sad. The thing is, if nobody can read him, then how is Gentlemates going to be able to read him? Existence, you have a very, very, very big task today, because honestly, I don't even think Epic knows how he's feeling half the times. But that is going to be a job for you, Gentlemates and Existence. But last but not least, let me bring this back for you. A math equation. Miniboo, of course, passed his exam this week. I want to see if you guys can pass a math question. If the value of X is W, then what is Cushioner X?
That is Cushioner W.
Hey, Bunko! Ding, 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 ding. Cushioner W.
That's how math work.
Cushioner W.
It does. X equals W.
Cushioner W.
What about the Cushioner?
Hey, yo, let me just do the punchline. Holy moly. Cushioner W indeed. He's going to bring home those wins, baby. Forza, BBL, I rest my case. And now, if you weren't already supporting BBL, I feel like you have to after that. Yes, I will give you guys a chance to make a case for Gentlemates as well. Kukuko, I believe you have prepared something too.
I am so ready for this. So, I know you're good at presentations. I consider myself even better.
Okay,
you know?
I'm gonna give you the floor. I'm gonna give you the floor.
If there is a world which this can be, because I have it. I have not only the proof, but also exactly what we need to know about Gentlemates. Do you guys recognize this? Huh?
What are you
Have you seen
doing,
it before?
Kakuka?
I got the strap book
Take the
from
Spanish
Existence.
people out.
Hear me
How
out.
dare
Okay,
Spanish
so-
people could team
so
about
it
a
was
French
just
team?
a joke. It was a joke.
Thank you very much. Here it is. Hello everyone, I'm Ita, one of the French caster here. So I'm gonna speak a bit about Gentlemates because of course it's a French team, so I have the job to do it. So first of all, Gentlemates is all about, as a French guy, I'm very proud to see Gentlemates in the VCT EMEA, of course. Production press the buttons to see what's happening here. So yeah. Gentlemates, here it is. Very nice logo, by the way. I think it's maybe better. Between the logo of BBL and Gentlemates.
Kill me!
Its logo is a lot more, you know, it's urban, it's new, it's exciting.
Dude, I'm taking a bike.
You have to know, for those who know, of course, Gentlemates are from France. So, of course, when you hear France, you have a lot of things going on. We have the French Bulldogs, which is a very cute dogs. Of course, that's going to appear here on the time. And we are nice people. We all know that French are used to be nice with everyone. So we are always like this, good mood. I think there is the baguette, of course. There is the baguette. So let's talk about Gentlemates more precisely now. Let's talk about the players, which we all love here. We have the chance to have a fully French roster. Let's start with Beyaz. Beyaz, of course, is a great IGL, very smiley, good energy with the team. He's always smiling, guys. But you have to know, this guy is cooking inside and outside of the game, of course, because he has some huge cooking skills. As you can see here, he can like do some lamb strips for you guys. So here is a very good guy. Let's go Natank now. Very flexible player, and of course, impeccable jawline. Look at this. This guy is very handsome, Natank, and we love him, of course. Next player is, of course, Takas. We all know that. We used to know it because he was one of the MVPs of the Challengers France League, of course. And, I mean, Jet is literally made for him. So there is no chance Cushioner X can beat this guy, okay? So Takas, let's go. And for the next player, Whalers, of course. Whalers! Which is, we know, a very experienced player because he used to compete in other scenes. Also, a controller master. Why? Because he plays Omen, but also is a master man with the control pad. So that's why he can also do many things with a mouse and keyboard. Next for Logan, very consistent on Sentinel War, very talented also. But you have to know, guys, that Logan has a playoff mode. He literally can expand his domain into playoffs and do just like 30 kills per map during playoffs. So be careful of Logan. He's maybe the most dangerous guy in this team. That's all for me. Thank you for your attention. I hope my beloved French supporter is agreeing with me. 07, guys.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna invite Ita back to the desk to join us, Bone
Yes.
Cold. I feel that was a fantastic presentation, by the way.
Exceptional.
But you're already biased. You already have a horse in this race. So I want you to objectively say which one was more persuasive.
It has to be Ita's presentation about Gentlemates. I just feel like, you know, like there was a little bit more, you know, like thought, you know, like put into it. I like the fact, you know, like Beas is cooking. I saw, you know, like the very gentle and a good mate of mine, Nathan, was up there.
How did kickoff go?
Oh, kickoff, you know, like it was just, you know, like a Mickey Mouse split. Nobody really, you know, like, were looking up to it. So
I mean,
now this is the time people are pushing, you know, like it's starting to get to the middle of the year, closer to champions. This is where the players start playing, you know?
You are really in your villainous era, I feel like. You came in bone hot today, I feel like, not bone cold. But all jokes aside, I'm actually a huge Gentlemates fan. So much so, I bought the Gentlemates bundle. And I feel like if we take a look at the leaderboard, I think I contributed a little bit to their success. Did you expect them to be this high up?
To be honest, no. I thought KC would be maybe much higher, but it's a pleasure to have two French teams being in the top 3 for the classic bundle. So keep buying.
Vitality, we got to push them in.
Vitality, right? Yeah, but you know, Vitality has now a huge story. They're here since a long time. We have to let the little places for the little clubs.
What bundle did you buy?
Sentinels.
Oh, get him off! Security!
I'm so sorry.
Security, come and get him off the desk right now.
I bought it because they won the Masters Madrid, but I will of course buy every bundle I like.
Zelsis got to you,
I like Fnatic bundle, I like the Gentlemates bundle, and the KC one, and the T1 one, and every bundle.
You're just naming every single team. Boko, what about you? Which bundle did you buy?
I did not buy a single bundle. If I would actually have the chance, I would actually also get the Sentinels.
What is going on today? You guys, Zelsis has got to you. I feel like the marketing is working.
No, like the marketing, absolutely brilliant. I just love to see Zelsis, you know, like jumping on the stage.
Well, I'm gonna use this opportunity to say buy the BBL bundle. Everybody, make sure you do it. Turkey on top. I'm biased. Blah blah blah. But let's talk a little bit about this matchup here, because after what happened at kickoff, you know, some of the showing we saw from both teams, you can't help but feel like this might be a slightly more towards the mid-table, or maybe even lower than that, kind of head-to-head. Would you say that's fair in terms of the quality we saw?
Yeah, I feel like both of the teams will come in with very, very like low expectations. I don't feel like neither of the teams have that much pressure coming into the match. So that is one of the biggest reasons I think we will actually see like very exciting gameplay today, like from both teams.
I think for Gentlemates it's pretty hard to say because during the kickoff they were facing Vitality 2 times and they did very good and very bad at the same time. So I feel like if they don't win, 2-0 today, it's going to be hard for them. The challenge is very high this year.
Oh, you think this could be, if they have to come out looking good?
I think it's 2-0 for BBL or 2-0 for Gentlemates. Of course I pray for Gentlemates.
Oh, wow. I feel like we're going to get 3 maps. What do you think?
I think it's going to be a close match, to be honest. I feel like both of the teams really, really want to get, you know, like back into the action and actually, you know, like start off like very strong. So I feel like it's just going to be, you know, like an absolute battle out there.
I will have to say though, you know, we hear about the France versus Spain rivalry, even like within the regions. Is there a Turkey versus France rivalry? Does that exist?
I think it is, I think, because we have also Beyaz as Turkish player. We have some French-Turkish here, a lot in France. So, I mean, KC won against Foot last time, so I guess that there is a starting on something, in a way.
Oh, I feel like this maybe we give another kind of depth to it. If this game is a good game, we get 3 maps, and we can definitively be like, oh, maybe France versus
Maybe France
Turkey?
is the nemesis of Turkish teams.
I mean, Foot just beat Liquid, and Liquid have never lost to a Turkish team before. So I feel like maybe today we're going to get a little bit of record, a breaker. But before we throw to the walkouts, very quick prediction. Scoreline. You think 2-0, gentlemen?
Gentlemen, 2-0, let's go!
I'm gonna say 2-1. Nathan will come up clutch in the third map.
Oh, that's a very, very specific prediction. We'll see what happens in just a moment, because this is going to be a great battle of fan base, of Cloud, and of course on the server. Returning to VCT EMEA, here's BBL and Gentlemen.
Nice.
Oof. Forza BBL, they are back here on the stage. Not the greatest showing we saw of them at kickoff, but this is a long season and they will have an opportunity to fight for a spot at Masters and become the Turkish team that everybody wants to see them everybody wants to see them be. But on the other side, however, it is Gentlemates. They earned their way into VCT. They promoted through Ascension and they have 5 fantastic players behind a legendary coach of existence. As Ita said, you want to see them come out here strong. They just faced Vitality. They didn't get to show everything they wanted to do. But my question for you is, what is in those notes? The notes we see Existence bring on stage, bring backstage, in the coaching room all the time. What is on there?
It's already been like this. I think Existence has a huge experience in the coaching scene now, so I think he did some great cookings for us. I'm very excited to see what he's going to do with those notes, maybe some exotic compositions.
Speaking of those compositions, Bonecon, you know, we've already seen some teams that are leaning into the wacky, weird stuff and some other teams that aren't so much. As we take a look at the map vetoes, do you think Gentlemates should keep cooking or maybe dial it back?
I wouldn't mind coming into the new split with some exciting like new maps and like strategies. I feel like both of the teams like are very happy to bring in like new stuff, especially when it's a matchup like this where I feel like you don't get like that much pressure. You're not playing against, you know, like the last split's top of the table teams. I feel like you can bring, you know, like something new out here.
I mean, you say that we get Ascent right off the bat, and I was going really hard in BBL's Ascent. Are you worried at all? I mean, I know they lost a kickoff, but it's BBL's Ascent.
Yeah, I have to say I'm a bit afraid of the Ascent one, but the Sunset is good because they showed a really nice face on it with the Julius composition, with the Yo, with the Phoenix and Natank. So yeah, Ascent's gonna be hard. Maybe it's gonna be 3 maps, I guess. With the Ascent, I think Turkish people are the best on Ascent.
Oh yeah, it's just their home ground. I'm glad you mentioned the Phoenix because how do you play against Nathan's Phoenix?
I mean, it's hard because you just need to expect him to be behind every single corner ready to flash. So like if I was in BBL's shoes, I would love to see them being very meticulous, clearing him out if he would be on the Phoenix. I would like to see 3 people trying to clear him out very, very slowly. Don't give him a chance.
I mean, with this pick, he can literally play for himself. He can do whatever he wants. He has like white card to do, okay, Natank, go kill.
Oh, we'll see. Let's see as we take a look at Agent Select if we are going to get that Phoenix pick. Maybe even a breach because this is Existence. Holy moly!
Full Phoenix Yoru!
And the Cypher on Logan as well. Yeah. What, do you like it?
Yeah. I didn't expect the Yoru, but I'm glad.
No, I feel like Gentlemates will go hard on this one. I love the fact that now you have Takas and Nathan that can go absolutely wild. You can be playing on both sides, you can play for yourself, you have fast rotations. This is gonna be nice.
The thing is, Logan as well. Logan is on Cypher. He's always be more comfortable on this pick than Killjoy, so I think he's gonna cook some sick.
Enough against a Turkish Ascent, do you think?
I think it is.
Oh.
I want it. I want to see like convincing Gentlemates today.
And what about you, Buncod?
I mean, if there's a composition that will catch you off guard, it is this one. I feel like this is something that can break the consistency of BBL's Ascent.
But could this be an overcook too? Do you think maybe they could have gone a little bit too far?
There is a chance, but I have the trust that if they have been preparing for this, they could, like, I feel like every single team could go back to the very your bread and butter like Jet, KO and Soa lineup. So if they're confident on this, I'm confident with them.
I mean, it depends if BBL are ready to face that kind of composition, which can go very crazy by a time. So I'm really happy to see like the Yoru on Takas because they used to play only Jets, so now they have like many tools for them.
Yeah, and also like you mentioned, Logan going back to the Cypher as well. Again, not something that we see that often on Sen. And thank you very much, Ita, for joining us. It's been great to have you. Thank you, Buncod, as well. And I'm going to throw this over to your casters. Give a warm welcome to Pansy and Steel.
Thank you so much, Sue, and the desk there for teeing this up. And I think they all noted what we noted as well as its composition. And I really want your thoughts when it comes to this. These, I don't want to say one trick because we know that they've committed to similar things like this, right?
I said it.
You've written it down? Okay, yeah, fair enough. All right, well, I'll let you kind of expand on that then because I feel like I can't question Existence, though. Like, if he's cooked some ideas up, like, I'm always going to just wait and see if it works. But Do you have doubts with this as well, or where do you sit on this fence?
I mean, I obviously have doubts just because it's just so wacky, but what you want to do is you want to make sure that you play to your team's strengths. And if players are more comfortable on certain agents, then you try to make that work if it's the way that the team wants to go. So, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. I don't personally believe in it, but let's...
We're happy to be wrong.
I believe in Gentlemates over BBL. Let's just say it that way. So we'll see.
Fair enough. No, I'm quite interested now if you're going to commit to that after map 1 potentially, right? Because I think it's quite relatively telling. Gentlemates have a very explosive composition here that could look good. And then a Turkish team on Ascent. I mean, it is one of those things that seems to go hand in hand to work so perfectly to both sides. So we'll see how this works out. We get to see it on the attacking side first, or maybe in its best form, if anything.
Yeah. And I mean, while we have this lull in the round, I mean, Phoenix being able to rack up all the orbs from B main and A main on this map could play in their favor really well.
Certainly could do. Lots of pressure over towards Tree, but keep your eyes towards the spike as well. Looking like he wants to pressure towards middle. Still utility there from Elite, so that's going to be slowing down any sort of burst to this. There we go, dealt with. They do manage to split towards B. This puts Elite now on a plate potentially. Nice connection on the first, gets to dip away and keep his life. Pressure though towards CT. The tank gonna punish Easy on the cross, and is now down to Elite on the back of the site. Lovely work from him. Again, this guy seemed to be lost for a second, so Whalers and Logan actually get a little bit of a fight back. Plant's gonna be coming down in a 3v2, make it a 2v2. It's on Kushina and Brave to close that gap. Whalers in the tank. Nice little setup here. High and low. May not even need it. They don't in the end. Whalers there, just gonna seal it, but again, I don't think we saw the best of that comp coming out just yet. You know, it's first round, but looking decent.
I think we're going to see the strengths of them on attack anyways, just because they'll have the double flashers. We saw a really cool opening from them. They collected that Phoenix orb at A main, moved over back to middle, put a little bit of a pressure towards Cat, make it look like it's an A play. It actually pulled the Sova away. It was just the Killjoy alone on B. If the Killjoy's going to be alone on B there, I think they should not have a Ghost. I think maybe invest in some mollies or molly alarm bot. You can help like stall. If they push you, you can put a molly at one of the doorways.
Okay, maybe min-max the potential.
Love a little min-max.
I do want to see how Takas does here. Nice to see a bit of variety from him. I mean, hopefully it looks good, right? Terrible, looks atrocious. Elite wants to show his hand early here, and the pressure soon to follow. Now this round, you're looking at small win conditions potentially for BBL. They are only coming in with one Sheriff, that's on Kushina. Beyond that for Gentleman, it's a clean round. That's what they're prioritizing. Elite again, similar scenario to that first round here. However, this time they are far better equipped. Nice attempt, but Natank clears it comfortably. And BBL looking for any opportunity. It's gonna be Takas to go farming. And he absolutely does. 3 quick kills, that's gonna be looking towards the ult here.
They should
be happy with that.
Yeah. Natan has his ulti for the next round as well. So that's going to be something to look forward to for their... I mean, effectively, it is their bonus round. It will be. But they have 2 Vandals and 3 Bulldogs. Like, that's not really a bonus round buy. That's a gun round buy.
Yeah, that's a full-on buy. Now, costing them 1, it was, I guess, I don't like saying only the Bulldog, but a Bulldog going down isn't the worst thing in the world. If they lost either of those Vandals, that would be rough. But you're right, this isn't really just a bonus round. This was a very heavily invested round 2. Worked out quite nicely for Takas there. We're talking about ults as well, and the tank has his ready, so Takas, that almost second string to this, 2 away from getting his online. On the other side, first chance for a fight back, really. We have full rifles, so if anything, this is pretty much your buy round as much as we're going to get.
A real test for the B players here, as it looks like a little bit of a pump. The Omen flash to take B main control, but no instant follow-up.
Yeah, I want to see if they fully commit through this. Again, we have seen them now add bodies to this side, though, right? The amount of the first 2 rounds, it was kind of Elite soloing this, had some support, but very limited. Now you've got Reezy on the site, you've already got CT with Kushina. So maybe considering, and they're already starting to probe on the rest of the map, right? Oh, that's huge info. That's pretty much everyone revealed.
Yeah, we have deep info here on A main from the Omen. He knows exactly what's up, and he's taking all the space out here as well. So this is going to keep the attackers contained, and he's going to hear this entire rotation.
Yeah, Brave just called that. He's heard at least something. Does Takas clear this? I don't think he does, no.
Not a chance in France.
Patience. Working out well there. There was no one else coming through this way, so...
Don't give it up, though. Why? You already have the space. You do have the follow-up. Your KO's in the position to fill in the gaps but it's not worth it. You already know that they're contained towards B. You have like really good positioning on them. You have the man advantage. It's just free.
30
but now
seconds left.
Now an option, an opportunity in a 4v4. The repump towards that B side. They still have to get past all of this utility. And actually, it's dealt really well with the front line of Natank's ult, so that's going to send him back, but now the second pump. This is the one they've got to make stick on the landing. BBL trying to hold the site. Reezy going to find a tank. This is good. BBL, right place, right time. Even with that slight overextend in middle, they're still able to control on the site itself.
Yeah, really good. Understand Brave and Pora to get the deep lines. We have Pora actually peeking off of Catwalk there, getting all the info at middle, and Brave is taking all the info towards A main. As soon as all the attackers are spotted or like heard at B main, that's when he goes for the really deep aggressive. He just runs, literally just full speed all the way to top middle, and that's basically what sealed the deal for the team. BBL getting the first round.
Yeah, gonna claim this one. Again, now looking at those ults. Takas didn't manage to convert kill or any sort of value really, so not gonna have his ult to depend on in this round, but could potentially get it. Let's see if Takas can maybe build towards it. Again, only coming in with that SMG. Far from ideal, but a pace change potentially through middle. Too surprising here. Receiving a lot of attention, a lot of eyes turning his way, but keep your eyes towards the spike as well. A little bit of push and pull. A lot of pressure, but it is only Takas so far. Does have a teammate by his side in the form of Bayaz, but again, looks like already BBL kind of noting that there's not that much commitment behind this. They shouldn't leave this A site. As already Elite finds Takas, that alleviates all that pressure they were trying to put on them towards middle, but Tank's crept out far. No one's been keeping track on this. They have no idea they could have made it to this point! BBL caught sleeping on the job a little here. Those two players in mid had already gone down. They've already been dealt with. This is a little surprise. BBL now going to have to try and work this back in with less than ideal. Reezy, Elite, and Kushina taking a couple of steps. One towards Hell, two towards Jen. And Whaler's comfortable. No trade there. This is, yeah, looking like it's a save in my mind, but I don't think they're going to be allowed to do that.
One enemy remaining.
No gun saved across, and Gentlemates get away with daylight robbery in that round.
Very close to a home.
Hit the nail on the head with
For
that.
BBL.
There was no follow-up behind the Yoru at mid. It was so obvious that it was a fake. There was no one coming through B main. There was no one following up with the Yoru. It was just like almost too obvious. But then caught with their pants down at Garden. It was a great play by, and then extending all the way through, not closing the door, not running, not like using a bunch of abilities. They walked all the way in, catch them with their pants down, and are able to secure that round clean.
I'm just surprised they get away with a dry sight take like that. Hey, you take it when you get it. I'm sure Gentlemates are absolutely chuffed with that
Did he
one.
see
Do they
him?
know?
I don't know if anyone spotted this. Oh, he's definitely been seen now. Yeah, Brave gonna opt to dip away. Has to respect that utility out of the tank. Trying to zone out that A main hold, but we've been seeing these fakes coming out from Gentlemates. They can't be too certain. Takas with the ult could potentially apply a lot more pressure, but opting to back away now.
That Euro ulti as well in play right now. I think they're going to use that. They can't decide right now. They're running back and forth in spawn. Can't decide which way they want to go with it.
But again, there's been no break on the utility towards top middle. No one's really tested deep towards B.
Who's next?
It's not much cause for a rotation here. Takas has popped the ult, so he's the one to try and get towards the site. Should have noted at least one of these two players. Definitely seen them now. Paranoia doing well. Everything looking solid as a rock. That was a gorgeous execution on the site. Takas teed up for success. And now BBL behind the curve. They were in the right place this time.
30
Didn't
seconds
fall
left.
for any pressure elsewhere or that lull in the round, but what are you meant to do here? The only real threat comes from Q. Beautiful work from Gentlemates here.
Great execution there, and you know, a couple of sheriffs are probably going to look for a little bit of opportunity. Obviously, it being one of their save rounds, so they're just going to see what they can get. But they don't want to feed the wrong players, right?
Yeah,
Baton can get his
they can
ulti.
build back, right? They can get them back, and they're so pivotal to these rounds. Is he going to go down? Elite does find one. Elite should be able to get towards lockdown here too. Oh, sharp. But again, 3 rifles going to remain, and the round is going to be Gentlemates.
He's
That was,
dead?
I have
no.
to highlight how well done that was. That
Because
was
it's
very nice to
planted
witness.
deeper.
Seeing that kind of utility
he's
combination
safe.
between Whalers and obviously the ult coming out from Takas, just isolating the site. Paranoia sent, instantly commit to it. these sort of like site takes and these sort of like well-rounded hits, I mean, it's not overly complicated, but it's what I want to see from a team with someone like Existence behind them. This is exactly what I want to be seeing.
It was so simple yet so deep. There was so much depth to it, right? We have the Euro just going in. He's way separated from his teammates, but as soon as he gets all the info, he throws a flash at the enemies. Omen follows up with the paranoia. They can't hear the Euro come out of the ultimate, and then he gets 2 in the back for free.
BBL do need to start getting a bit of a grip on this game. It's still early.
Conditioning that Gentlemates did here. The Omen shows himself towards A. They put a lot of pressure here, but it's going to be a fake.
Yeah, that spike is still over towards B, and I'm waiting to see when Elite fully rotates away. I'm wondering if that utility is going to stay online here. He's close enough now, so again, he should notice there's still players around. That lockdown is going to be looming, so you can't leave this too late for Gentlemates. They go for the double pump. Again, the tank has gone. Guys, the site is completely mine. We could potentially back, but look towards short, Josh. There is an issue there. There is a potential cutoff point here, but PoE already took some damage early on.
Yeah, this is just psycho mode, honestly. Like, there's the Phoenix with the ultimates in A site. He's got it secured for free. The rest of the team's going to try to meet up. The KO.
Oh, PoE, this is on you. This is all on you. Excellent on the first, but he couldn't quite withstand the pressure in a tank then. Overextending to secure safety, to allow this passage through towards the site. Kushina now just trying to play the timing, going around by Tree, but he's kind of dropped the ball a little. Does he get the timing on Bayaz? Potentially gets it on Logan for sure. Bayaz now can just kind of play to the time. Keep eyes towards that top side. Make sure no one comes back in. Does put a lot of pressure on the tank though. A little look towards this. There it is. Caught in the end. Bayaz, beautiful work. Leaving just Elite there, but did Bayaz just pop his ult as well?
I heard something.
I think Bayaz just popped his ult. Got a little excited maybe.
Well,
that happens.
Seen that happen before.
Yeah.
Hiko's done that. Hiko ult. But I love the idea there behind getting into, when they had the garden control, they understood, hey, Elite's got his Killjoy locked down. If they come into the retake, then they're going to go for the lockdown in garden area. Let's keep this control. Instead of like falling back to the site after we get the spike planted, instead of falling back to A main, let's stay here. Let's have this crossfire that we have set up between Tree, between Heaven, between the little glass area. Let's make sure that we lock this area down because don't want the enemy to get their lockdown off.
Yeah, and it does say it's a Gentlemates timeout, but I mean, they are up 5-1, but maybe just wanting to check in, being aware of the ults on the other side. I don't know, but I feel as though this would be a BBL timeout, if I'm completely honest. Maybe I shouldn't doubt what I'm seeing on the screen, but maybe I should. For BBL, they have options, even though they are on a very low purchase here. More than anything, it's going to be Sheriffs and maybe light armor bits and pieces. It won't be much beyond that. They do have ults, and they have some very influential ults as well, and they're very close to having Reezy's as well. That's only 2 away for the Hunter's Fury, so that could come out, and they'll have the full stack ready to bring in. But they need to kind of get a grip on this game, Josh. It feels like they're so behind in this now, sitting at a 5-1 scoreline, started off very close, but Gentlemates, their attacking side, yes, obviously this composition is highly favorable to the attack, it feels like, so you're gonna look to try and get as much as you can, obviously, and you're hoping for a very favorable score, but EMEA are being very quiet for themselves here.
Yeah, very quiet for sure. Gentlemates obviously maxing out all the rounds that they can get on their attack side because going into defense isn't going to be as easy, not with the Cypher. You know, I think the Killjoy pairs a little bit better with the Flashers, but still. Jet Knives popped. This is going to be really helpful. No super aggressive plays right now.
Oof. First point of contact over towards Cat. It's got to be PoE now being a little bit more careful. You kind of want to make sure Kushina can play into this, or at least maybe get a trade with someone. Aldrome only going to know PoE. A great shot from him. As Taka's gone. Gentlemates losing out a little here. Don't know if they can police that weapon away. It looks like Gentlemates are adjusting where they're heading. That's nice from the tank, kind of almost policing the weapon actively, making sure no one can get their hand on the rifle that was taken out of Tankas's hands. Oh, and a beautiful follow-up. Again, the tank's just winning out sights. That's an issue, though. There was a chance. Kushina could have caught more. He only gets 1, but still there was a real air of danger to that. But the site has been secured by an attack.
Exactly where you are.
It's almost looking clinical here for Gentlemates with all the rocking the boat that they're doing, just pushing and pulling. BBL, they have no idea where to go. They're just rotating through spawn back and forth. And it's giving Gentlemates the opportunity to find the lane of least resistance.
Yeah, nice little crossfire here, or at least should I say contact point. Again, Logan going on to find it first.
Hello.
And seals it. Nicely done. Gentlemates again, playing fakes, playing the map really well, toying with kind of the push and the pull, right? It feels like for BBL, they haven't had everyone in the right site at the right time. There's a lot of fakes running out here, and it looks like Gentlemates are happy to run the map. What's the answer for BBL? Is it to take dedicated deeper space, to push up on these extremities potentially? What do you do when you're being run around the map like this?
Yeah, I think one of the things that they haven't really been able to do yet is get an opt-out. I think we're going to see that now for the first time. We haven't even seen Gentlemates even breaking the alarm bot at middle that often. I think we've only seen it 2 times out of the last 7 rounds. So, yeah, getting deeper lines could be really good for BBL. Obviously, their 1 round win was off the back of Omen taking all that space towards A main here. So being a little bit more dynamic instead of just the Killjoy on B, but this flash setup off the Killjoy turret contact is going to be so pivotal.
Waiting to see it. As that turret goes off, preemptive, and it works well for one. A quick trade though. Yes, it's information, but do they continue on this pathing? Because if you've watched Gentlemates so far, they're probably going to back away.
Oh no, he stuck the TP. He had the entire A main line, but now A is completely wide open.
What? Why did he commit to that? I mean, they can maybe get Reezy to be here quick enough to make sure no one's instantly on the site, but I also got to note as well, Gentlemates have held this utility back quite some way. They didn't pour it in towards B early on. That was obviously a proactive approach from BBL off the back of the flash, but now get to take towards this A site with pretty much a full hand of cards.
If Reezy gets really good timing with this dart here, though, it could be 1 kill. He gets his Silva ulti up for this retake.
30 seconds left.
Maybe. Let's see if he's got it. The smoke's there. No, it's only in a tank who's going to sit somewhat safe, unwallbanged, so they're going to get the plant. Reezy doesn't get what he wants. He won't get the Hunter's Fury, and all he hears is that the spike's gone down. And keep in mind, BBL is still far away. They are really struggling to get a beat on Gentlemates.
This is so tough right now for them. I am so surprised that Brave stuck that Omen ultimate. He had the entire A main line. His teammates could all stack towards B together. He gives it up.
And now, yeah, the knife reveals that they're still on the site, but it's still a problem to try and clear. They've got to be clean on this, and there's not a lot of utility to do it with. Takas is so blind, and actually that's perfect. Pora and Reezy making something out of this. Bayer's down low. There's a chance now. Pora, for the time, is everything. And that is a massive pickup for Pora there, just about clawing into this one. BBL with the retake, but man, that felt like a lifeline.
That feels like a round that they should never really win.
Yeah.
4 and 4, 3 people are running across the map after the spike is planted. Like, there's so many reasons for Gentlemates to be able to close out that round. But honestly, props to BBL for being able to stay so composed in that situation there with being able to come back. I mean, really made me eat my words after I was saying Brave shouldn't have sucked that TP. They come in, they win that retake. It's looking really clean, right? Everyone knows exactly what pacing they're supposed to go. Everyone's, you know, no one's just like all flooding out, looking at the same spot, getting lined up. Really awkward flash situation there. Taka is on the box, completely blind, unable to capitalize on the KO's back turn to him the entire time.
Okay, looks like this is Gentlemate's timeout. I'm pretty sure the one earlier was BBL's. It'd be very surprising. Yeah, no, it absolutely is. You can see it on the UI in front of us. So, wanting to have a check-in here. Maybe the initial plan is starting to run its course. Maybe they're starting to feel the BBL are maybe sitting for those retakes. Maybe that was the whole decision-making behind that TP. Come back in with all of us together rather than trying to hold it individually. Maybe happy to just leave Reezy there on his own and then try and play it on the retakes. If you're getting pulled across the map, maybe you have to commit to that idea, that concept. I mean, but then also they need to then hold their utility a little later. It kind of spirals this game a little bit deeper. But 2 rounds, I still wouldn't say is enough. We need to see a little more out of BBL here. But for Gentlemates, where's that next layer of adaptation that they go to? Because would you say this composition lends to being a little bit more one-dimensional, or is there depth to this?
I mean, you're going to have the strength through all the flashes, and then being able to like push-pull a lot with the Yoru being able to reposition on moment's notice. I think the one thing that's making Gentlemates a little bit difficult to kind of like read the situation is that Elite's had his Killjoy ulti for multiple rounds now, and has been playing the same standard B setup for the last like 5 rounds in a row. So, you know, what's going on? Are they going to switch their setup, or are we going to just like have to, you know, what are we going to do to break through this? I think one cool thing about Yoru on this map is that just setting up that clone and breaking that alarm bot at middle is going to be something that is going to allow so much space and freedom for Gentlemates here.
Reezy did have the... Oh, that's so well played between Elite and Reezy there. Just off the back of the Owl drone coming in. Positioned well to punish Takas. Kushina, gotta be careful. Almost isolated towards CT, but oh, Bayaz with a bell to back. This is individual work, but it's paid off. Natank just slipped through on B main. And again, his success on these sites feels almost unfounded at times because Gentlemates are on the other side of the map here.
Yeah, and it looks like they're actually going to rotate back towards B with a spike here, but the full rotation has already come in from BBL. They're coming back towards B.
They are, and Bayaz didn't get the clean shot he wanted on PoE there. But do they read into this? Because Natank has been soloing sometimes, right? That A-side tech off. Bayaz
30
dead.
seconds left.
Dead. But this time there's commitment behind it, right? We saw Natank before slip through towards A, and they really took their time to come around. But this time BBL going to read into it early. Still a little bit of kit for Brave. Could set Kushner in motion. Maybe PoE would play into this very paranoid of a late mid presence, but we can see the Gentlemate side. Looking for the spam, he's rewarded. Brave gonna take away Natank. Great shot on Logan. This is gonna require heroics, and it's not gonna happen. Whalers goes down. BBL getting a grip on this game.
It looks like there's one thing that BBL is doing so flawlessly, and that's their approaches to the retakes. They're making sure that they're not skipping any steps. They're making sure that they inch up. Once this player's in position here, now this other player moves around. And I think they're just understanding of how to move around, the fundamentals. They're hitting every checkbox right there. And I think that's one thing that's playing really well for them. And I think that's why they're probably playing their standard setup every round here. I wish I would see a little bit more proactivity from, you know, Kushner. Can we see him like playing off the turret a little bit more and peeking off that contact? Can we see KO setting Kushner up with flashes instead of setting Elite up? Those are the types of changes that I'd like to see from BBL in these early rounds, because they're closing them out.
You can see there's some more chip damage. There wasn't. I want to say it looks simplistic and approach so far, but I want to see if there's a fake off the back of this or if there's something in mind. Big early investment towards B, but no commitment behind. Ult is there now for Takas.
My ult's ready.
Both the defensive ults are on B side, and they're going to have to basically fall back into the boathouse here to stay alive and keep their life.
Yeah,
But 5 people coming at them.
Elite's opted for CT, but this does now leave just Reezy on his own and already beaten to the punch at Bowhouse. They've taken it away from him. Logan's isolated Elite and he's gone down. Takas gonna find Reezy. This is better. This is what you want to be seeing from that ult. Just piercing through the armor that was holding on towards B. But it's the retake again. Can this squad somehow do it now? But with the odds against them, Whalers, Natank, Logan, and Takas all standing, this is trickier now. More bodies to deal with. Smoke just coming back through for Brave. A couple of flashes for PoE. He's looking to maybe set them in now. Flash comes in, that's Logan. Removed from this initially, has to turn back in, but he's gone down. This is perfect from BBL. This clear is outstanding. They needed a little more there. Whalers still alive, and as is Natank, he falls again. Whalers left to the 1v2. BBL, beautiful on the retakes. Once again figuring it out, even against higher stacked odds.
It's actually just so incredible how good they are right now on these retakes. You would just have to sit there and think, like, how much better would they be if they actually kept 4 or 5 players alive in these situations? So this is one of the things that we've seen Gentlemates doing something new every single round, but we've seen BBL basically doing the exact same thing every single round. This round we saw Jet taking a main control instead of being like just floating around middle, but everything else is pretty much the same. The Killjoy and the Sova are just defending B site, but they both have ultimates, and they're both playing on the site, and they're getting caught. Like, what's going on here? If we're so good at retakes, let's just make sure that all of us are alive for the retakes.
There we go. Big info off the back of that. Should be at least 2-3 players considered. But again, hard to read into early information without confirming fully what's behind it. Defensive ult committed to there, but we'll wait and see. they achieve with this. Cushion are going to be forced away. It's Brave then to kind of pick up the slack a little. This is all trying to sell him a fake. We've seen this before, and we're seeing it again.
Elite might drop the lockdown on B site preemptively as soon as that Killjoy turret activates, buy a little bit of space and time for his teammates to rotate in. Again, committing into the site for the defense.
Yeah, that ult is just looming over their heads, isn't it? And on the contact, does he drop it?
Well, Bayaz is one off his. If he's able to collect this ultimate orb, he can deny this Killjoy ulti for his teammates to run in with it behind it.
Waiting to see if he does.
He did not grab it.
30 seconds left.
No.
They're just waiting it out, and they're going to re-hit with the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, they again, it only secures for so long. The support's on the way. The smoke has dropped in CT, so that could be an issue for the cross here. But Cushin's not cresting that corner.
Here.
Maybe expecting a fight, and he's right to. You can see it there. But what?
You
Takas,
can't.
are you serious? Takas just walks in front of CT, somehow gets away with it, but they don't have security on the side just yet.
Spike
7
down,
seconds
B.
now. Leaving the time later, but they need a plant, and they need it fast. Logan can't stop. He has to commit to this one. And the swing on the side, PoE gorgeous with the shot, but it's not enough to take down 2. Brave left in the 1v2. Logan on the left, gonna find him. And he's actually on 76 HP. He's got to know the tank, gonna know the TP, but who's got the shot? It's the tank this time. Gentlemates, again, almost letting that slip through the fingertips, but now locking it down and getting up to 7.
I'm not impressed or convinced about BBL's defense side right now. I'm not seeing any changes, any adaptations, any depth to their play. Reezy been sitting on his ultimate for multiple rounds. Elite had his from like round 4 or 5 and just use it right now on round, 11.
Yeah.
We need to, and on the flip side of it, we've seen 2 Phoenix ults, 2 Yoru ults.
Running through them. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they've been forgiven with some of their individual heroics here from BBL. Some great retakes, don't get me wrong.
Amazing retakes,
even against the odds, right? They've been playing against it, but you'd have loved to see maybe prior to that some of that better hold, but still, early pressure and early problems. Sending this through from both, some scattering across the map. And it really does little to dissuade either side. No connections. If anything, it's just Gentlemates running, but we know they do this anyway.
Alarm bot still up for the defense at middle. They're not worried about that at all. Back to A.
There is a judge and a smoke out there, though, so, ratty little angle to play it on. He does a Cushioner. Tucks out that second box.
Drone up, dart after. Flashes available.
Here you go. 4 up. Yeah, gives away. Who's down? Comfortable work, light work. Oh dear, Brave makes an attempt again. Like, they are so dangerous individually, but they're just not getting what they need as a collective here. Can this situation somehow work out for BBL though? A 2v3. Whalers lower, plant is in. Time on Gentlemates' side. Camera in play too. That'd be nice. Keeps him a little more secure towards help. It's on Reezy and Elite to do something. Dart back in 10 seconds. They need to get a bit of a move on before that, though. They could get a kill prior. That'd be perfect. Gentlemates waiting. Expecting now the pressure from heaven, sitting to this crossfire, slipping into it so comfortably. Looking like they've learned their lessons here. Gentlemates stabilizing at the end. Course correcting after BBL did go on a slight run there.
And I don't want to sit here and beat a dead horse.
Right.
BBL.
I'm about to do it, though.
You're about to do it? I might, yeah. I mean, you know me.
It's your redemption arc, right?
The thing is, I want to focus on the next half.
Okay.
Because right now, I think both teams are probably going to be a little bit stronger on their attacks than they are on their defense.
Okay.
I think Gentlemates, they do have the flash characters, so they're going to be able to do a lot of like really proactive fights, and they're going to be able to kind of like trap BBL. So if BBL is sitting in an area for too long, they need to watch out. But I kind of I'm interested to see, would this composition be better with a Killjoy? Because off the alarm bot or the turret, you have 2 different characters with flashes that can play really strong defense. And I don't know what their Cypher was doing on attack that made it necessary over the Killjoy, for example.
Yeah. I think that's something we can now note throughout this, or I don't want to say series, but at least through the second half is the value potentially Logan gets, right? Because it didn't look as good as it could have been potentially on that attacking side if maybe it was that Killjoy. But for now, Logan, let's see what you got here. A little bit of a crossfire setup towards B. Logan on one side, Whalers on the other. Utility deeper on this, and I think Whalers might have been connected on by the Paranoia. And Logan's looking a little screwed here. Nice try, but it doesn't work out and swept. That's huge though from Takas. I thought a third was 100% on the cards there, but Kushner lives. 17 HP and he survives. A 2v3 though, HP is low. And the tank's still with a little bit of kit, but that Frenzy having to deal with the door doesn't leave much to subtlety. As he gets played back in, clearing that close corner, making sure no one's around. Kushner probably a little nervous here in these shock darts coming around, but they are off now. Waiting for that lower HP for a swing. Oof. Flash is good, Flash is good, he clears it. The tank gets to switch himself out from the Frenzy and gives himself a 1v1 here off the back of Beaz's work. Is it Elite or is it a tank? The swing's good for Elite. He's going to give BBL the road back here.
Great start for BBL into the half, obviously, to come back into this second half at a 4-round deficit. But one thing I want to highlight there from Gentlemates, on that 2 versus 3 in the retake, you can understand, like, when you see a team understanding a map the way that they do, how they're going for all the spams on the common spots that players play behind, making sure that they're spamming the box, making sure that they're clearing through B main, spamming the tall box, spamming through all the wood walls, basically, for, like, the sidewalk, the shocks, the mollies to clear out all those areas. Those are great fundamentals. And that's understanding the map as well. That's like 2 things that they're doing super well in that retake. So even though they lose, it was still like really nice to see that this is a team doing all the steps correctly.
And now we're going to see if Bulldog and Reezy's hand and Kushner's Vandal going to be kept safe here, I imagine. On the other side, I mean, not much to write home about. Marshall and the Sheriff. And BBL cleaning comfortably. They're not having much resistance on this B site, especially in this round. Not particularly surprising. And now down to the last 3 to maybe try and take away some of these weapons, maybe work towards those ults for themselves. But again, Kushner very nearby here. All eyes on CT. And Elite and Pora farming up. No sweat in this. As Whalers looking like a formality now for them.
One suppress.
There we go. Flawless round.
Omen diff.
That's exactly what it was. The Andalusia flawless with an Omen diff at the end. But this is a good gateway for BBL to close back in on this game, right? It takes away some of that pressure of if Gentlemates did win that pistol, it'd probably be 10 already, and then you're kind of screwed. You've got 2 rounds to not make mistakes in, essentially. But we're going to see what they can bring through. They already had that Bulldog. They already had a Vandal in the previous round. Going to supplement that, I think, with 1 more Vandal. So this bonus has a little bit of punch to it.
Looks like Gentlemates might go for an aggressive B main play here with Yoru on a fast rotate back to A. Obviously, against the bonus round from BBL, they might go for a cat split of some sort. I am interested to see how Gentlemates just approaches the defense to defend against, you know, the physically.
It was proactive from B at the very start here with a quick rotation from Takas. But the site is already under BBL's control. They've got what they wanted. The plant should be on the way. And looks like actually pretty quick pressure. Almost a pre-take on this. Clone sent in, Flash sent high, and they're looking to try and get that pressure building. Logan the first to find it, Kushner to fall, and that's a brilliant play from the tank, just streaming out from the door. Takas then filters down. The spacing, very difficult to handle for BBL. And the last 2 players are already forced off the site.
Spectre and a Vandal for the attackers here. Have close to a minute to kind of work it, massage it. You don't want to run straight in there. You want to kind of take your time and let the thing simmer.
Yeah, really let it marinate for a moment.
Let it marinate, yeah.
Elite is going to find Bears now. Keep in mind, this will be costly. These weapons being lost would be a problem. 21 bullets remaining for Pora. The tank can't really play out ahead of this. Takas is low. I'm not saying it's necessarily possible, but it could certainly be costly. It's not. Losing out on 1, Not the end of the world there, but that was the bonus from BBL.
That was the bonus, and I think one of the things that plays into the favor of the defenders on situations like this is when you're on attack and you go for this really explosive play into A, you're using your smokes, your Omen, Paranoia, Jets dashing in, all these abilities are being used, you're using your dart and your drone, you have nothing left for the post plan. And what BBL does is they have super fast B main control. Oh, you guys are on A site, okay, we're grouping up, and as soon as we all get here, we're going. And we still have our Paranoia, we still have our drone, we still have flashes and all these things.
Yeah.
And what's happening is we have 2 players from BBL playing in A main. They get smoked off. It's a 3 versus 5 on the site, and all this utility still.
And just to add insult to injury, the tank's got his ult ready, so a little more expendable if he does want to go for a runabout. But now just kind of holding towards top middle. 3 players dedicated towards this. Looks like the rotation point going to be Bayaz if he does receive any information, just jump spotting from the top of middle, but it's BBL starts showing a little bit of leg towards A, but not really committing behind it. Still got that full setup in play from Logan, so he's not going to be feeling too pressured just yet, unless they start coming through on tree, which could then open up a chance.
This KO ultimate is going to be something that's going to basically disable all the Cypher trips. The kill trips are going to be down. They're going to get disabled. We're going to see another big, like 5 versus 5 retake pretty much. If this hit does continue to come in, they're not even using this ultimate. They've realized that the Cypher's playing the retake here. They're saving this. This is going to disrupt the retake, actually.
That's really nice. There it is.
See a drone?
Yeah, no chance for that pre-take that we saw last time around. Now they get a plant. Now they have 3 players on the side, 1 towards Cat as well. This funnels in Gentlemates. Brave could play this late if he fancies. He gets isolated quickly, though. Elite now, maybe a second string to the boat. Spotting out Whalers and wants to close that
It's
gap.
not gonna get
It's the
expected
tank to be
though.
seen as well. They have no idea. Oh, he's done wonders here, but only a 1-for-1 trade out in the end. And actually the tank doubling down. The ult does get invested, but look at Takas then taking over. Even with all that adjustment, even with Pora playing it perfectly, this would need a miracle, and he almost had it.
That was
So
really
very
close.
close at the end. Pora tried to heat up there. Damn, he almost got away with it, but still, the fuse comes in. Gentlemates get to 10. I liked what we saw from BBL, but it still wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, that would have been a player of the week right there, I think.
100%.
And, but one of the things that I'm just curious about is, like, why is Brave taking that fight there on Cat? Like, you don't need to. The enemy, you have to force the defense to come and break the door down, and then they're going to go in. But what they're going to do first is, you've come up Cat. You've entered the site from Cat. That's been exposed. What are they going to do? The first step they're going to do on the retake is they're going to clear Cat. So why are you still have your Paranoia, you still have a smoke. Like, make them commit into like a more difficult fight. You're just giving it to them.
I'd just seen them work that a little bit better. There was a lot of potential of it. That's the sad part too. That could have really changed how that round went. And now you're going to see the knock-on effect in the economy too. Just that bulldog for Brave and everyone else working with far less. No ults to bank on either. So pause for thought here. High-low setup towards tree. Patience being shown. Gentlemates don't need to go too far ahead here. They know they're going to be up against a broken bar. You don't want to be giving away rifles. You don't want to be allowing these ults to come anywhere closer. Breezy trying to pull all eyes towards A. Smoke does come through. Very cautious on this approach, and the response from Gentlemates is patience themselves.
Pora thinks he has a play here, but the camera's going to spot him if he walks up main. Oh, deactivating the camera.
Oh.
Jig is up.
30 seconds left.
Did manage to catch Logan with a knife, but they need to commit off the back of this now. The spike is here, 25 seconds they gotta go. 2 by Boathouse, 3 by CT. How much can this squad do?
These
a high
flashes.
flash towards sight, but the Paranoia didn't find Logan. But he gets taken down, Elite with a great shot, but it's an attack on the bailout. Quick flash through the wall, and Gentlemates put up their own defense. BBL down to just 1. The tank saving grace there, but does wonders. 11 for Gentlemates. And they got close, but close is not enough.
I think BBL really needed to close out the round, the previous round, the round before, because, yeah, putting them onto this Stinger, Sheriff mix by there, and just seeing how explosive Gentlemates is here on their defense, especially on their retakes together, it's just so much utility. So many flashes. They have Yoru flashes, they have Phoenix flashes, they have Omen with a big Paranoia coming in, they have the wall to split the site so that they can flood out. What BBL needs to look to do right now is, instead of doing these, like, group hits, they're getting the site for free, no problem. If they can recreate that round that they had a couple of rounds ago, where Brave peeked from Catwalk, if he's just hiding, if they're able to get into a site and keep all that map control, whether it be at B, if they're able to keep like control towards Market and B main and create these crossfires and really just stop Gentlemates from being able to get out, flood out with all those flashes, that's going to be the prime position for BBL to be in. So we're probably going to need to see them using middle a little bit more, exploit the rotations a little bit, and then maintain space and make it very difficult for Gentlemates to be able to just flood onto the site, because they have to go and use more utility and more time to clear out all these other positions.
I mean, that's maybe what the timeout's for. I don't know how much they're going to be able to get done here, because, okay, let's speak bigger picture too. There's almost a snowball round here for Gentlemates on the horizon. Very close by to almost all ults being available. I think one away for near on everyone. On the other side, yes, they've got the lockdown and the TP. PoE not too far away, but when you've got 11 rounds against you, that one snowball round for Gentlemates could be everything. That could be the 13th. That could be 12. But now Logan, respecting this early utility, doesn't want to get caught out again. A couple of knives have found him now as well. And there's the early lockdown. The tank, he's getting in there.
Oh, don't tell me he's got lineups for this.
Yeah. Does he have it though? Let's see.
Amazing.
No, it's slower.
Nope, didn't work out. All right, the tank's screwed. Here comes the execute. No, no way. There we go, Reezy's got him, all good. Nice try from the tank, didn't get what he wanted. Reezy with the clear, and that's just completely shattered this round. I don't know what Logan, Takas, and Whalers can do about this. 5 on the other side. Good positioning too for the post plants. With the tank gone, Bears as well, losing a lot of that utility to springboard those retakes, and it looks like a save's already on the horizon.
It looks like they're going to go and backstab B main here and keep the contain out and try to punish them if they rotate this way. They say, never mind, we got spot by the artillery. Nah, let's not have any of that. I was actually so surprised that BBL was going to commit with that Killjoy ulti onto the site there. I thought, I'm like, oh, Natai, he has got the lineups? Amazing. But no, I guess the wall didn't completely commit all the way through, and then it didn't make contact with the lockdown. Unfortunate.
Okay. I mean, that could be the round, right? They kept 5 standing. They got a little closer to Kushner's ult as well. Aura not too far away from his. But by all rights, that snowball round is very nearby for Gentlemates.
The thing I'm looking at right now is this combination, and then they also have the Phoenix ulti. So we're probably, I don't expect them to be playing on the sites really for the defense, but it's gonna make the retakes so strong.
Yeah, it is. Uphill struggle starts now for BBL. Can they make this into something?
No.
Oh, here we go.
Not like this.
You said you wanted to see the combination. You might just get it. Everything seen.
Oh, no.
Where's the ult gonna come through? There it is. Problems are plenty now. Kushner tries to get away from it. Oh, it's a double as well. Bears finding so much value for this, and Takas can just get out of danger. Early damage done. Still a minute 15 on the board. Kushner even got tagged off that as well. That's devastating for BBL.
That's tough. You just think, you just get another round, you're like, oh, okay, we can do this, and then 3 versus 5 within the first 10 seconds of the round, basically. You're like, oh, man,
And trying to entry on these sites now without PoE, without Reezy, is so much more difficult. Oh, Tootsie's on display. Everything's been seen.
Camera taken out.
They're on this site. The tank just trying to slow progress here.
Flashes from the boathouse too is going to be so strong on the defense.
Yep. Brave waiting for it almost. The paranoia actually gets sent, but no one going to commit off the back.
30 seconds left.
Down to 30 seconds. Gentlemates aware that there could be a CT swing too, but it's just a creep on Cat. Both players trying to get closer. Nice shot.
Spike down.
And yeah, there's just no winning here. That start was everything Gentlemates would have wanted. The lead can take a scalp, but it's going to be Gentlemates to take the round. 12 now. And that ultimate combination, you noted it early.
Yeah.
That's why it's dangerous.
It is super dangerous when you have the Yoru with the Sova. when you make these compositions, and this is obviously something that Existence has in mind when he's coming up with the strats here, is that like all the synergies between all the characters. And that's why I was bringing up the Killjoy instead of the Cypher earlier. Maybe there's a play that they have with the Cypher, with the cameras, with the trap wires, or just how they like set up for the retakes with it. Maybe the cages are used in a certain way. We just haven't been able to see it yet, so there's probably a reason for it, because everything else that they do has so much reason for it, and they're executing it perfectly.
Yeah, method to the madness. Logan again going to be challenged here. Knife not actually does find him. That's the other side. Thank you. For now though, very, very patient. TP going to get taken. And here comes the ult, here comes the spam. Can they hold on? It looks like the answer is a severe no. Natang just bulldozing the entire site. How much does he see? How much does he know? Now it's been noted with Takas dropping down, but the plant's not even in. The plant's not down. It is surrounded on all fronts. The firing squad is here. Gentlemates mauling BBL.
Damn.
That was
good showing from
that was pretty
Gentlemates.
explosive. And I mean, we haven't really seen Phoenix being played by any teams except for Gentlemates here, and they're making it look like it's reinventing the wheel almost.
Yeah, BBL not going to be happy with this one, but Gentlemates will be over the moon. A lot of those plans working out well. Don't go anywhere.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
yeah. Red bone body, long hair, yeah. Everything I do real rare, yeah. Can't buy one, need pairs, yeah. I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine, I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live.
Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Dope pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey.
That was a fantastic start from Gentlemates, but let's take a trip down memory lane. Remember these guys, do you? Because I do, and I'm pretty sure these two gentlemen next to me do as well. CNED, welcome to the desk. How does it feel to be reunited with Bone Cold?
It's good. Nice to see you, Bone Cold. We also chat before the show, and yeah, it's nice to see you.
It's so nice to see you back together. What about you, Bone Cold? What's this moment like?
I was so happy to see CNED winning, showing, you know, like so many emotions, you know, like during the game. So I'm just happy you guys just dominated the match.
Yeah, he was hardcore rooting for you when he was watching it with us. But let's talk about this map we just witnessed on Ascent. Of course, BBL, I was kind of hyping them up a little bit. They don't usually lose on Ascent. Do you feel like CNED, the Yoru was the issue here? They couldn't deal with it?
Yeah, I think Yoru and Phoenix was not expected. You know, they were not expecting this comp, and maybe they catch the off guard because yeah, it's like can be difficult to play when you don't know what they are going to do.
And what did you think about some of these ultimates we saw out of Takas?
We use it also in the back in Navi in 2023 in this Yoru Omen combo. You go with Yoru, you find the players, Omen flash it, you go out of the ult, because when people get Omen ulted, they don't hear you, so it's easy to kill, and it worked very well in this round and generally in the game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was super impressive. Something that was like caught my eye really in this game was, I feel like BBL didn't really get to play the game when Gentlemates got to that like when Gentlemates went on defense. The retakes were beautiful from Gentlemates. I feel like they just didn't really get a chance. They didn't get to play. You just you know, like you had a reveal, double flashes, and 3 people frag out.
Yeah, I felt like that was very structured. You know, that's I guess the existence thing that we were all expecting. But we've only seen Ascent twice so far. Here at stage 1, 2 Yorus. You know, Liquid today, Gentlemates as well. As somebody has played a lot of Yoru, CNED, is this the meta breaker if on Ascent? Do you think that this is the new thing that everybody should be doing?
I don't think it will fit for every team in the game, I will say, but I think it's good to play because people try to catch the off guard their opponents, you know, because not right now, but in the before, no one was playing in Yoru. Everyone was playing Sova, Kaio, or Fate Kaio, and like same comp. But with the Yoru, like you can do some different things, and like people will not expect it. You can go like, as we see, they are doing Yoru Sova combo. They are
so
not
cheesy.
expecting, yeah, like. They try to stick together when Yoru ult to not catch off guard, but then Sova ult comes and you have to separate. I wouldn't say meta breaking, but it's different style to play, I think.
I mean, I feel like if your opinions of the Yoru is like this, CNED, I trust you. But let's take a quick look at the AIM Labs warmer, because we have Pora here, who despite losing Bone Cold, you know, he was still fragging out. He was still kind of saving his team in a lot of tricky situations as well.
Yeah, Pora had magnificent moments, but I just feel like, you know, like it wasn't enough. Like we didn't really see, you know, like that light from BBL when it came to those retakes, for example. I feel like, like teammates kind of, like just took the soul out of them a little bit on the first half.
We're so used to seeing you in this, by the way, CNED. We're always looking over your shoulder on your AIM Labs routine. But PoE, he's a player that's been in the scene for such a long time. So talk me through, what you think about him. What's he like?
I think I remember I played against him in 2021 in the Masters, like in the first Masters, and he played good, but we managed to win.
Oh, with the Heretics, PoE.
Yeah, with the Heretics, PoE. I remember it was a good game also. Like we were almost getting comeback, then we managed to win like two run, and we win the first Master. He's a good player. He's a good also like person. We were almost playing with him in one team in the beginning, but we couldn't play. It was a different situation. Anyway, yeah.
To add to our PoE back in 2021 when we were playing against him, I remember the only thing Ambias, our previous coach from Zen, was telling us, just check your flank. Do not stop looking at, because he was playing Sentinel back then. He was on Killjoy, and he was, he was basically Nats before Nats became in the scene. He was just lurking every single round.
It's true.
He was very annoying, I feel like back then.
He was an absolute rat. It was very annoying to play against.
Yeah, I mean, moving on to the second map, of course, that was BBL's pick, and that I was really confident about, because it's a good bet if you're ever going to bet for BBL when it comes to Ascent. But I feel like Sunset might be a different story. This is where, Existence likes to bring out the Breach as well. If we take a look at the agent select now and see what we are going to get, whether there's going to be changes on either side. And yeah, I mean, Kute on the Neon and Takas on the Neon. We're just playing Neons now, Sina. What do you think about this?
Neon, I think Raze is a more safe pick in Sunset, I will say, but Neon is not also surprised. It can be played. As I can understand, like if you play Neon, I think you have to play Breach because it's a good combo to use it, but both teams didn't choose it. It's like, we will see. I don't know how to play, Maybe they will use more Kaio Flash Neon combo in BBL, but yeah, Gentlemen is how we expected to Duelist, and I don't know.
They're leaning into it. Leaning into it. Thank you very much, Asina, for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure, of course, seeing you reunited with Bone Cold as well. And best of luck in your games next week. But for now, I'm going to toss this back to your casters to take us through Sunset. Over to you, Pansy and Stuart.
Yeah, thank you, Sue. And yeah, CNED and Bone Cold. When was the last time you saw those two together? Do you remember them?
It was
Breeze or something?
It was in the city a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Good memories, huh?
Great memories, yeah.
That comeback was actually pretty nuts. I remember casting that one. I was like, oh my god, I'm actually on board. Steel might do something other than an I-Series victory.
I don't even think I won an I-Series, so... I think I got a top 2 a couple times.
Hey, look, we've all won about 250 pounds from an I-Series.
That's true,
However, we can focus on the game in front of us, but okay. Composition-wise, we've got Neons on both sides. What are your thoughts on this sort of composition here? Are you that fast? Do you just want to see it kind of in front of you?
Well, here's the thing that I see.
Okay.
I see Natank is not on Phoenix.
Sure.
Therefore, Gentlemates loses, obviously, right?
Right. Obviously.
But I mean, the double duelist, like they've done on other maps, so we're going to see a similar approach, really explosive, really a lot of these push-pull things that they're going to do. The Neon, especially with the Rays, like they're just going to be able to move so fast. Oh man, they're just going to run it down with the flash as well.
Brave's got to get out of there. Nice little, well, I mean, he got slowed down. I think that was Kushina's investment of utility to slow that close down towards Brave, but we know that Gentlemates are happy to run this map back and forth. They will be trying to pull players out of position, pull that utility away. Let's see how it looks when they finally commit towards one of the sites. It does look like they're heading back to that B site here. Only one player will be actually dedicated towards this one, that being Elite, deep towards CT, actually drifting a little closer now.
One thing to note is the abilities from Beyaz. They bought double flashes and they used one of them just to get the space on A, and now the B hit comes, the knife, the flashes.
Yeah, Elite could make the most of the utility, already kind of sitting back towards CT. They've already taken the site and they're pressuring quite deep here. Now going to plant deep towards CT side. Falling back, but you can already see the retake starting through Market as well. A little bit of a switch around here. Heavier commitment towards it. Kushner does well, as does Reezy, but still there's Takas and Logan to try and clear. Logan still with that paranoia. Ridiculous he still has it in hand. Same to be said for Brave until then. Takas needs to go clutch now in a 1v2. And he's actually been given a second chance at this one. A tap on the spike, but that's all they need. Elite there.
Yeah.
Close it down in the end, does well to stay alive that long. And BBL, good start.
And BBL looking really good on the retakes again. So this is something that they should absolutely try to do more consistently, just like be in those retake situations with players alive. Obviously, it's easy on this map towards B, Elite, or just any Cypher basically. Just live towards that Boba area and you're gonna be golden. And I like the idea from Gentlemates there, though. They get into the site, they're out of abilities completely. They're tapped dry. So what do? They extend into Boba, looking for an initial fight. They didn't get anything that they wanted there, so they tried to move back towards Mark, and I think that just moving around that much kind of bit them a little bit.
And now, for BBL, you want to keep this clean, you want to keep those rifles. They heavily invest into these second rounds. Again, Bulldogs out on display. Oh, that's crisp. Elite making light work.
Yeah, shirts.
Not gonna feel any pressure now. And on the other side for Gentlemates, any disruption would be ideal, but I think that Sheriff with Logan. Rest just on classics. Getting a little bit of a read on the map, and all they've really noticed is Elite is hard to disrupt and remove from B so far. Smoke, 2 flashes, and the nade. That's about all they've got here. So
Consolation prize of an ultimate orb on the KO.
yeah, I mean, that seems like is all he's going to really get here. How do you even close that gap? Look at it. Like, PoE is already waiting. Can't even cross comfortably. The knife isn't anywhere near to even connecting.
Nothing to break the trips with either. No shots, no satchels, one-way cage. That's all she wrote.
One enemy
Pretty much,
remaining.
right? This one is looking wraps. And there. Beautiful round from BBL. They'll be happy with that.
Flawless.
And you'll see a flawless coming in. You love that, don't you?
I do love it.
Yeah? You're going to take that with you when you leave here, when you
I might.
leave me from the cast.
I might just introduce that into my everyday speech. 3 Bulldogs, a Vandal on the defense on the bonus round here. Spectre on the Omen player, which is not a bad weapon to have as the smokes player. You get to shoot through the smokes undetected, pretty much. Play nice and close to them as well, get the maximum damage off. Light shields from all the attackers right now. This knife might tag.
Oh, Takas made such a big attempt on Elite's life and still falls. Elite is a nightmare to clear. Finally, they get rid of him, but it took basically clearing the entire site even just to get close to this guy.
Spike planted.
Now into a 4v3. How good is this retake? Trying to do a lot with less at this point, considering they still have that SMG, they have that Bulldog. Yes, there's a Vandal on Kushner, but it's gonna be very hard to bring that into effect here. The tank's still prowling around on the site itself. The last 2 tucked towards CT. Whaler's gonna find PoE. It's just on Kushner now. Can he make it a bit more costly? Not looking like he can, really. Not given much play here. Logan happy to test and challenge and prod and poke. Kushner just trying to find a way. The tank could be the one to do it. There we go. Logan in the end does it. So 3 stand for Gentlemates, 3 rifles get carried through. But for BBL, that was their bonus, so kind of going as you'd expect, but it is still a dangerous bonus, so keep it in mind, it's not your usual walk in the park.
I don't think BBL was prepared for that, and the reason for that was, we saw at the start of the round, Pora had a knife lineup for B main, but the knife was going to land towards kind of like the T side of it, near the barrier, right? To get the info, are they walking up and creeping? But the pacing was just so fast that by the time the knife landed, we already saw Gentlemates was already in the sight. That's how fast they are and explosive they are with the Neon.
Let's see if they're going to keep that pace up. It does look as though that's the case. Desperate for that first pick and almost had it. Kushner, though, re-clearing, actually. He's not particularly falling away from the space at all. Even a grab. That is audacious from Kushner. Could have re-fought towards it, but they don't. But they decide then to quickly lean towards middle. This is a pacey game, trying to catch those timings on the rotates, and it's a 1-for-1 trade out. So Bayas goes down, but as does PoE in the end. So both KOs now removed from the round. And it looks like maybe a pause for thought here for Gentlemates after what was an absolutely volatile beginning for both sides.
The creep up mid. Smoke on the right, Neon flooding down with the paranoia as well.
Great trading though, Logan going to keep this one going in favor to Gentlemates just slightly. With a man to the good, Whaler's got to be careful, but fortunately for him, Elite was not nearby this time, so he gets away with his life. But caught in the back, Brave gonna find a tank trying to peel back towards B, but keep your eyes towards Elite and Brave here. What can these two do? Elite now nearby. Logan heard that. Plant gonna come in and once again leaning towards CT. Good timing on this. Whale's gonna make it a little bit trickier. Turns the eyes back now, Logan fully on patrol. Waiting in the smoke itself. Logan, this is so much to ask. He's got to play it perfectly. Brave, Elite, waiting, smoke, drops, he's got one. Oh!
Nice shot.
Exceptional clutch there in the end, finding that snap towards Brave. Just a slight smile is all you get from him.
I was getting a little nervous for him too, as he's descending down the boxes, like don't let go of control too early. And he made it work, he made it work perfectly. Really smart. I was worried there for a moment when Elite did so much towards B main. We saw how pressured Gentlemates was as they're coming out B main. The camera, where is it? He's looking around, left, right, where is it? He can't find it. And I thought when the door broke, is that gonna give away Elite's position? Is this gonna be it? But he makes it work in the end, and that's all that matters.
And now I'm just waiting for this tempo of this game to settle in, because again, that last round you looked at that early fight towards A, the fight towards top middle, pacing nuts, and noting that presence towards middle early here could be pretty valuable. A little bit of a double dip towards middle now with the Owl drone too. Should be able to hear that. Don't think it's going to find any information. But will they expect PoE to have refilled this space? The flashes indicate they might be considering it. Spamming out the box, PoE. Oh, the shoulder showed. TACAS all too aware. Now they've got to be cautious around the map. There is still a little bit of threat with these Sheriffs, but not too much.
PoE just getting teased there, seeing the tip of the barrel. Couldn't capitalize on it though. Full map control from Brave. He's got that deep line on A. Great stack from BBL. If they're going to win any opportunity, they're set up for it perfectly.
TACAS.
There we go.
So one. There's the swing. Both being checked on here. Popping on the ult though. Kushina only good for one. Thought he might get a little more from that, but running low on time now. 25 seconds. They're trying to make a quick rotation. This is bold. 20 seconds. They got to keep running. That space behind them. Brave might just decide to get as close as possible in this positioning. It's going to be interesting to see if he gets rewarded for it. 13 seconds now. They need this ult to secure safety on the passage. If anyone denied it, they'd be screwed. Clears the back by the box. Brave's position gets given away, but the plant going to come down. Nothing to deny it now.
Spike planted.
And almost mitigating all those potential threats. Gentlemates can stabilize on the site here. Elite tries to make a go of it, but it's Brave to try and close in. Logan sends him back home. It's Elite and Reezy not finding what they want. Not going to get it here. Elite last one now. No big chances for him. Gentlemates, that was quite late in the day, but they made it work. Keeping 4 alive, potentially see if they can make it out of this round with those 4 standing. They get some stability in this highly volatile game, and they do. Natank as well. That's 4 rifles moving forward.
Bayaz with the KO ultimate, ready for use here. Perfect timing as well with a gun round coming out for BBL. I can't believe I pulled the scrawny and you didn't correct me.
I would never.
You would never?
I would never.
A good friend would correct me.
I'm just not a good friend.
I guess.
All right. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, Josh.
Explosive behind the neon and the raise. Knife, KO ulti.
This is a fight. Both sides, they're going for it. Look at this absolute mess of a beginning. It's TACAS to win out. Brave's now looking in trouble. Brave make it out of there. Reezy trying to maybe save him. Try and save this man's life. 27 HP. And they're already shifting away. They're already out of here. Josh just pointed at the wrong screen trying to use the telestrator. You happy now I'm calling you out on your mistakes?
Thank you.
Is that what you wanted?
When people hear the fluster, the noises, the wind coming through the microphone, that's me pressing the wrong thing.
You did great. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
1 minute though, after all of that high-octane beginning, it's starting to become tempered. BBL with the correct read here. Obviously off the back of that deeper positioning from Brave, who stuck around, living up to his moniker. But the plant is now in. TP going to be taken. And we look at this lurk coming out from TACAS. 30 HP. How much value? One man get none. 0. You're right. The timing not quite right for him here. I think Logan didn't actually get hit by the paranoia. Somehow he's still alive. Bayaz on the bailout as well, finding 2. I don't know how Gentlemates just dug their heels into this round. A 1v2 isn't impossible, especially when it's PoE. Mechanically off the charts, but he needs a good start. He gets it. Logan goes down another 1v1. 8 bullets to play with. And his opposing number on the other side, Bayaz now half achieved. Oh, the timing. Heartbreaking for PoE there, but Bayaz gives him a little wave, lets him know. That's 4 rounds now.
Spirits are high. This original fight at B main was so weird. It was just like, which way is it going to go? You have the KO ulti is pulsing. Like, you kind of have the advantage. You have the numbers advantage. Are you guys going to go for it? They ended up peeling off, getting back into that A site free. Uh-oh.
Josh, as a former Toxic player yourself, how do you feel about this goading that's coming into Valorant here, giving it on stage?
Okay,
how do you
first
feel?
of all, it's not former, okay?
Sorry, still Toxic player, my bad.
There is a definite mental element when it comes to playing competitively, where people... It's not easy to be on a stage with pressure and all this stuff, and if you have the other team goading you as well, oh man, and just running at you right after as well.
Yep, they're just turning up the tempo, they're just getting in their faces. If BBL want to play this brawly game, Gentlemates will do it right back to you. Do you know who you're facing? These guys love a bit of it. And now it's on the Executioner, the Vandal in hand. The best chance they had of maybe stopping the rot. Bayaz once again, happy to put himself on the line here. Oh, that's a pixel out of place. That's another player spotted. Can't deal with Brave this time around. But again, for PoE or Brave to do more, that's gonna be tough. Yeah, Brave goes down. I'm pretty sure they're very aware of where PoE was. Yeah, already on 34 HP. He's not gonna get any play to this, is he?
It's almost looking like a deja vu from the last map as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Gentlemates just running away with a lead on the attack side. BBL looking really good and really solid on their retakes. Let's just see more of it.
They gotta get going though. That's 5 rounds on the trot.
One enemy.
What's the opponent you've ever played who's annoyed you the most with goading on stage?
That I have played or
have played? Like someone on the other side who...
Sampus was always pretty decent at it.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
he was pretty decent at it. But back in the days there, you always had the people, like you were in earshot
Yeah,
and there was
you
like
were
no
close
noise
enough,
canceling
right?
and yeah, eye shot, earshot, everything.
Oof, quick, pacey, beginning the tank gets left. How? Look at Brave! Look at Brave's face! He's gonna be fuming about that. The tank was blind, stunned. Oh, they're in their spawn, they're just running at him. Gentlemates are just making it hurt now.
This
And for
is so
BBL, that's devastating, right? Like, I hope, production, if you're listening, if you can, I'm sorry to call you out, I'm just gonna do this to you. I want Brave's camera reaction to that one and how that situation started, because that is enough to just break your back as a team.
The crazy thing is, this is round 8 already, yeah?
Yeah.
And it's like, how many times have we seen an explosive start from Neon or Raze with a KO flash?
Yes.
It's happened like so many times. It's happened at A, it's happened at B. And on top of that, BBL, they're running a Neon of their own, Kushner, right? Which means that they've probably talked about these explosive plays themselves. They have the KO, they have the Neon. They can go for these explosive plays themselves. So how is it that BBL is getting caught off guard so frequently? At A main, the Brave is getting caught as Omen. Elite at B got caught on round like 2 or 3 or whatever. It can't be like this. You can't have this comp, understand how it plays, and get caught off so often.
Yeah, and I think that frustration's starting to really show for BBL here. The tank only on 30 HP. I mean, he's got 4K in the bank. Goes for a walkabout, trying to cost them what they have. No one else could really close that gap. So, another one on the board here for Gentlemates, and I hope production has been kind and given me what I wanted.
And the tank is actually going to get a...
Look at this, look at
Oh,
that, look at
man.
that. I'm fuming. We've got both POVs.
Shooting the
Oh,
tracers, that's why
yep.
Phantom's better.
Oh, that is, you know, that's gonna be a timeout. That's like a tilt timeout coming in. They need to
Yeah.
just get this team back and maybe identifying some of the things you were just speaking about, right?
Yeah.
If you're gonna run a comp that's somewhat similar, right, that has some of the same strengths at least, you can't be caught off by some of the biggest, I guess, credits to that sort of composition. You can't constantly be surprised when someone like the tank is trying to gap close or Takas is trying to gap close and taking those early fights and being caught up and punished by it. I want to see what BBL do to try and get a grip on this. If it's just playing deeper, forcing them to use their utility a little bit more. Whatever the answer is, I want to see something because it's 6 rounds now in consecutive form. Something has to change.
The problem is, we haven't really seen that much depth from BBL on their defenses. Even like back in kickoff, it was the same thing, right? And going into here, like all of a sudden, what did we see happening the entire time? We saw the same setup round after round after round. So when you just kind of have not a lot of depth with your game plan, and the same players go to the same spots. Like, this is where you need to have adaptations. And if you're Brave, you're saying, hey, they do this really fast, aggressive play with the Paranoia, with the KO flash, and they run at me at A main. Can we set up a trap play here?
Yeah.
Can I get a KO to counter flash? Or can we get, like, I'll counter Paranoia, and you get ready to fight? Like, let's do something to switch it up. Or, like, Reezy's had his solo ulti for 3 rounds. That could be a, you know, laser beam that whole line.
Well, let's see. Here's the same sort of approach. Early round, late Paranoia sent out by Brave, but there's no commitment behind this, but it burns so much of that defensive side, right? There's that stun gone from Kushner. Braves had to post that Paranoia. Now, on the other side, though, obviously Logan invested his, and Beaz did use his knife, but still, they're sitting quite pretty. They can still happily hit a site here.
Breaking the trip. I feel like they're going to regroup all the way back towards B main, or, I mean, it's possible they go to A. They know that the Omen's burned. Brave has burned his Paranoia. He's probably alone on the line here, pulling someone back to watch middle area. That's going to open this up. Raze one off of Rocket, but might not even go for the orb.
He's going to hear these steps. He needs help here.
Yep.
Sticks around for one. Oh dear. Does he get closed down on? No, they're actually going to turn the other way. So Brave gets to keep his life, but his teammate falls. Elite! Where's he found 2 from? Beaz could be back on his feet here with the smoke still in place, but the Hunter's Fury could be great. Gets the res off, but does lose his life for it. Whalers goes down. And the plant going to come in though. Brave still holding spaces, so this post plant isn't comfortable for the tank. Okay, he wants to just take out Brave. Oh dear, Brave can't make it out fast enough. Gonna tank hold on though. He's got problems coming his way. Beaz and Logan trying to get to a position they can help from. The tank looking a little screwed here. But he's going to try and capture some sort of danger on the cross. He's going to hear these steps towards the side. Looks to the left, finds one, looks to the right, and the tank is absolutely tearing him apart. Has he got any more for us? He looks a little lost in the source then, but it's Reezy up against Logan. Time is on Logan's side here. 6 bullets for Reezy, but a good shot coming through to take out Logan.
How many kills was that for Reezy? 4. Oh, that was a huge round as well.
It absolutely was, off the back of that ult as well. So much value from both sides there.
And he's halfway back to his ult again. That is a really big, important round for BBL to pick up. Letting the game just slip away. After the first 2 rounds, they basically went on a 6-round loss streak until that round. And it's just so important to be able to just stop the bleeding and just pick up a round, especially one off the back of an eco clutch.
Again, it looked like the tank was about to close that, but not the case. Reezy with some real heroics there individually. And a timeout for Gentlemates. Maybe feeling that early aggression towards A felt a little red that time, or maybe just wanted to note some of the adjustments. Who knows what they've managed to kind of identify by now, but they still have a good amount of money to be reinvesting here. They're not in a particular problem with that. Again, I don't think Gentlemates even need this timeout, but hey, why would I ever doubt existence? Look at them.
Well, we're also seeing, I think, the AWP maybe coming out for Gentlemates, right? And it's peculiar for attack, so maybe they're going to change up the tempo of everything. So far, we've seen a lot of explosive starts, and then off the back of the explosive start, they've either been able to commit all the way through, or they've been able to pump the brakes and reassess the situation, and then maybe go to the other site. That's what we've seen a lot. And this is the first time we really saw BBL do an adjustment. We saw the Paranoia coming out of Brave, stopping that really aggressive A start for Gentlemates. So maybe Gentlemates is like, okay, you know what? We've done all this really explosive play. Let's slow it down, walk around. We know that the Cypher's placing the trip top middle every round. We can go there, break it. It causes a reaction. Maybe we can work around the map and see if we can start picking them off.
Okay.
Or maybe they just go super aggressive again.
But, you know, it looks like that might be the case. They're just gonna walk with the operator, and if you dare shoulder it, how did Takas even live that long? Elite does really well to find Takas, and a really weird beginning to this round, and the ult's gonna show, I mean, not a great deal yet.
For as good as Gentlemates is, I'm surprised they don't deal with the trip here on this map that well at top middle, and then, you know, last map on Ascent, they weren't really breaking the alarm about that much unless they were actually going through middle. There they go.
This is an individual attempt from Bayaz. This worked out well. He had a little bit of support, but not masses. Just off the back of his own kit, he's basically controlling top middle. Breezy, though, now put under the gun as well. Caught in the heels as he tried to back away. Nice push on Paul. It was so much on Bayaz there, but he actually delivered on it. The cross gets caught, though. Pora not going to let them have safe passage towards the site. Elite's still going to hold it down. And Pora, shot after shot working out for him there. Whalers now looking a little rough around the edges. The only man alive in a 1v3, not gonna get it. Elite's there. The switch up from Gentlemates not landing, and BBL getting a better grip on this game.
You know, actually, that pop flash into B main on that timing was so crucial for BBL. And even with that man advantage, the 5 versus 4, it still got so close. Those initial fights that we saw happening towards top middle and market, I thought that was going the way for Gentlemates for sure. But again, BBL, when they're able to all be together and fight and stabilize together, whether it be in the retakes or in the situation in the site hold, like, they play so well. They just need to make sure that they continue this. This KO flash as well is getting a lot of value for them on defense. Another round where they get the deep A line. Elite gonna back off at B.
Wondering when they potentially find that operator. At the moment, just kind of patrolling towards top middle, or eventually creeping back towards A.
I wonder if they could do a little bit of pressure somewhere else to bait out Brave's next smoke so he doesn't have a one-way for control. Pressure towards B.
Yeah, Reezy gonna have to respect that. He can't openly challenge on it, but it looks like top mid. Aura's, I mean, he was gonna be in danger. He gets to keep his life. He tries to pop the ult. The tank shuts him up. Kushno in the back, gonna deny the tank. The trade's going back and forth here. Bravestar's gonna hold on to this. Reezy's on the way, but Bayaz now 3 fights on 3 fronts. Too much to handle. Whalers once again last man standing. And yeah, this is a tricky one for him. Spike is not easy to recover here. All 3 players waiting. He's got 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
No real chance to close in towards it.
If the bodies were in a more accessible location, he could throw his hat, get the info. But it looks like he's just gonna go and keep his life.
Yep.
No real value getting any more kills out of this. It's gonna be a full buy from BBL next round anyways. He's already got his ultimate. Keep
10
that Vandal.
seconds left.
I'm actually so surprised that Gentlemates completely avoided A main. It's not like BBL's changed up their starter round setup that much. They know Brave keeps recycling the smoke on A main.
Yeah.
They know that he has a deep line, and they know as soon as he has this deep line, they're usually rotating back towards top middle and reinforcing B a little bit. So to go into top middle like that as 4 players, knowing that that's basically the first location that all of the defenders go to, especially after you break the market door down. Like, you're pulling all the defenders into this area, and then you run into it.
Sounds counterintuitive.
It's a little tough.
Not sure the plan on that one, but hey, this is given a window for BBL to actually close the scoreline up, right? 5-6, gain back on a little 3 back-to-back for them. Maybe there's some more in the tank. Early TP.
It's pulling them all the way. It's a B stack anyways. Neon clearing into spawn. Where did he go with that ulti? Logan obviously using it as a fake just to sit back and spawn, cause a rotation, cause these guys to freak out. Where did he go? And it's gonna create an opening, hopefully, but it's actually counterintuitive. It's
just close them back in towards B, right?
Just put them into this B stack.
A little bit worried. I mean, maybe this timing on Flash. There's no way the Whalers was gonna live through that. Poor timing.
Rocket has to go.
Outrageous.
Huge here.
Oh, the spam though. Hold on, Brave's right here. Does he get to live?
No.
How is he alive? Gets straight out in the end, but almost. Almost. That was very dangerous. As it stands, it's the 3v3. Kushna gonna catch across this time. Pora showed him how it's done, and he's gonna pick it up. Breezy gonna find Logan. It's all on Bayaz.
Oh, that lineup could have
Almost
been.
lined up, but it's fine. Tied scoreline now, 6-6. This is actually evened out a bit.
Yeah, it was a good recovery from BBL there. I mean, just being able to you're up 2-0, then you go down 2-6, and you recover 6-6 by the end of the half.
Yeah.
That's so important here. I kind of want to like say, in part, like right here, great just like awareness, great ability to take some space and change things up. We saw the Cypher peeking B main with a flash. So small adaptations here and there, using Braves, Paranoia to counter trade the util over at A. Gentlemates didn't go back to A after that. They didn't go A for like the rest of the half unless they went through middle. And I think that, I don't know if it was BBL playing well in that situation or if Gentlemates got in their own head at some point.
Like an overreaction potentially, maybe
Yeah.
assuming a little too much, but we digress as it's time to go back in. 6 apiece, this time BBL now on the attacking side, Gentlemates on the defense. And this early start gets somewhat slowed down. BBL gonna start trying to make that cross here. Takas not gonna be able to swing off this one. Smoke still in play towards Market. But there's the pre-take again. Look at this. Look at this counter pressure from Gentlemates. That was exceptional.
That's an existence special right there. That pop flash from the KO. Oh man, everyone was just full white. They could not see anything at all. The explosiveness, Neon sliding out, everything was so Andalusia flawless right there.
Oof.
So clinical right there. Oh yeah. No shouting at the other team though, just propping your own team up.
Quick, as it should be, all right? Reddit would be really upset otherwise.
My bad.
That's what you care about. For now though, a perfect start for Gentlemates. That was a beautiful, beautiful round to witness. But BBL, still, opportunity here to try and do some damage. They're already with the classics though, so Tak's got to be careful. There's a lot of players around that corner. Yeah, Takas can help them out, but still, they can gap close. Yeah, I think he realized it.
I'm out of here. Good luck, buddy.
See you later, Whalers. Have fun. I'm off. And BBL making this way more costly. And there's recoverable weapons. Suddenly this becomes a huge threat.
Huge
He
chance
saw
for
him.
Diaz though, walking.
He saw the gun, no?
No idea.
That's a spike. Drops that. As Reezy tried to make a run for it. Knife there should be able to identify Elite's position. He's going to try and creep back down. And no, gets caught in the end.
Wow.
Gentlemate's just about stabilizing because that got
That's,
way more
it was a
dangerous than I
close one.
expected.
That looked like a little bit of a miscomm right there. Natank thinking, oh, I'm alone here, but Whalers was right behind him. So as soon as he makes contact, misses that shot, Neon was able to get across. I'm out of here. Satchel's away. Wait, you're here? Oh, my bad, dude. And then, like, yeah, right there. It's just like,
but just, yeah.
Oops. I mean, not the greatest gun for that location.
No.
Just having the Guardian. I mean, 2 shots in the body is going to be pretty good, but when you're getting run out by 4 classics like that could slide around, jumping classic, right click, it's kind of scary.
Those blocks, they can be dangerous, you know? Any sort of pistol like that. Crazy. Vandals out for both sides, only the one Bulldog remaining.
I must wait a moment.
Good info. Spotted plenty. I think all 4 B main players got spotted by that camera.
I clear the util, but a little bit further tucked towards the site. Takas does eventually get caught by this, actually. And here comes the pressure. BBL cautious on the cross, though. Not wanting to get caught out.
Don't matter. There's a Raze has a nade still. As soon as that spike gets tapped, he's gonna save it.
What?
Nice bomb.
How did he just get 2? Was that just a shot through the smoke?
He's just shot in a straight line through the smoke, and they weren't trying to plant on the side on the stairs. They were planting in the front of the site. They were anticipating a nade to come in and a flood, and they didn't want to get exposed by that.
Oh man, that's gonna sting a little here. Kushina cleared. Gentlemates looking just on the money on the retake. Yeah, Whalers in the end, the one that's silent. But these guys are looking very well drilled here on this defensive side.
Yeah, and that's the power of like conditioning and just like straight up stress and pressure. They got like a flash.
That's a bonus too.
Pistol round, the retake. What's gonna happen? They're gonna throw a flash. They're gonna flood in from spawn.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not plan for spawn. Let's play for front site here. They're not playing market, and then Whalers just gets 2 freebies because of it. So yeah, I mean, it's just mind games at this point.
They're winning them, at least for now. That's. Again, I don't want to say it was a bonus conversion because it was pretty well situated. Only had 1 Bulldog. They've already got the free upgrade there as well, but the Gentlemates, they're on the verge of really snowballing this half. So you're gonna see BBL try and buy back into this. I mean, Stingers and 1 rifle, and already Takas breaking Kushina's heart, who's really been quite quiet so far on that Neon. Not been an outstanding performance from him, at least in this map. And now with an early advantage, they can sit back, rest a little, but Logan still exploring for a touch more.
I feel like I feel like Gentlemates does so well with all their abilities. Everyone is so in tune with their agents and has all the lineups, know exactly what the game plan is to establish this control, and they do it so well.
Just as about as it looked like two of the players were going to drift away from this A side. Logan sticking around. Oh my god, and he still gets one? There's so many more players here too. Yeah, light work in the end. Gentlemates still had the bodies on the side. They didn't even rotate away after that early contact. 3 stand, and 10 is found. BBL need to answer back now. They have a buy to work with. Do they maybe pump the brakes, get a timeout? Because this is a really key round coming in.
Yeah, it's going to get super scary now as well, as Gentlemates gets closer and closer to these ultimates.
Yeah, you're right.
You can't break them. You can't break them when they have just guns. How are you going to break them when they're also able to unlock KO ulti and you have no abilities? When they get Raise Rocket and they're going to double satchel over your head.
And this isn't a comfy purchase either. Keep in mind, I think Reezy doesn't even have armor at this point. He can't even afford it. This is going to be costly. This is going to be tricky to make it work.
Surely you go shields and like a Guardian and then drone in, and when your teammates, someone dies, you just pick up another weapon and upgrade.
That would sound logical, but welcome to EMEA.
But hey, he's a VCT pro. And I'm on up here.
But, whoa, don't talk down to my job, all right? Flame yourself, not me, all right? Keep your opinions to yourself, Josh. At this point, we will have to see if that does come into effect, potentially for Reezy, if he just gets absolutely eviscerated. But with a minute to play with, there's options here for BBL. And if anything, they've chosen the correct site. If they continue on this pathing, it is only one, Logan. He's going to hear steps, and he sticks around. The fact that Logan sticks around this long, he's playing with such fine margins, and he is a little tucked in on the site here, but he does get out. So the biggest threat gets slowed down. He doesn't get closed down on, holds the site, at least from CT. But the spike's backing. Where's, I guess because of this, at least finding this space.
Yep.
But they're going to feel like nothing's here, right? Like, surely the penny drops pretty soon.
I'm surprised nobody stuck around even in like a middle area just to like listen for the rotations, maybe get a timing backstab. Are they going to peel off and have one lurk through mid lane and backstab through market? I feel like that's the play that they need to make, but it looks like they're all just coming towards B. They have the spike planted for B main, so we might see a retreat into B main here, a heavy retreat. They still have KO with a flash, grenade.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Paranoia, and a dart.
Everything they'd want.
They need to combo these so well to stall this, because this one way comes into B main. They're smoking their own B main, actually. What? They're prepared for this. They want to play the spam battle.
All right, well, let's see who wins it.
Here's an nade.
Oh. That's PoE going to find Bayers. Bachi actually goes down, and Takas. Wait, they don't know about Takas. He got this close. Can the tank get it towards half? They're putting bodies on the line, and he falls eventually. BBL winning the spam battle in the end, outliving Gentlemates, who fully bit on that A hit.
Respectable for BBL there. They knew exactly how they wanted to play that post plan. They knew. They smoked their own main off. Yeah. They wanted that spam battle. Usually, like, if you're on defense, you don't want to smoke that main choke point, because that allows the attackers to spam you. They can just ping where the spike is on the mini-map, and then they get to spam for free, and you can't respond to it. So defenders usually smoke the spike instead.
I'll find them.
But BBL, with the foresight to smoke the main entrance instead.
Maybe there's life in them yet. Big round. Takas right off the rip though, trying to build off the back of that paranoia that got posted too, but finds not much value as I'm sure he'd want with that. Does have to fall away. A bit of a switch up here as well. Starting to see the tank tucked towards that A side. It's a little bit of info off that knife. I think maybe 2 players connected on. Kushina wasn't one of them.
It's going to be so tough breaking through the Raze with the Judge, the KO to bait as well. The knife's going to get the scan. They're going to get the info, but they don't know that he's got a Judge in the heads.
There is that, but how much can this one Judge do? Not much. Kushina, but it does tee up Bayaz to at least get the trade. The paranoia, that's, again, my heart breaks for Brave. He has died to blind players so often. But it is a 3v3. This is still very viable. I'm wondering if BBL continue on this pathing. It looks like they're going
exactly where you are.
Maybe with this information, they may consider against it, but Kushina, curious where that player's just vanished off to. Now Node sitting. right beside them. Takas had no idea that Kushner was still around on this. And that was the main player defending the site. Yeah, Whalers is close, but so is Elite. The timing, and he gets away with it. BBL still alive and still holding on.
Imagine he got caught on the jump up. I'd be so livid if that happened to me. I'd be like, oh man. But BBL is trying to crawl their way back round by round. Lots of ultis up on the board. 8 ultis in play this round between both teams. This is going to be a really pivotal round here.
One enemy remaining.
Nice! Not a lot of money on the M8 Gentlemate side. Sorry, a little
Where's
bit of
that from?
PTSD from the North American region.
It creeps through every now and then. It's okay. We'll try and get you the help you need. But yeah, Gentlemates, they're not in a great position purchase-wise, right?
Not at all. They have the one Vandal on Bayaz, the Guardian on Logan, and they got Jazz Hands as well, but
The official name.
gonna get canceled out by the KO ulti here.
Yeah, so again, we are seeing some nice counters to this slowing of the roll. BBL, I want to see him get a grip on this game, bring this back all even.
The counter KO ulti could be so huge here as well if they want to invest that much.
Hold on. I get a little nervous when I see this. That's better from Kushner. Gonna
There's the
stem
rocket
the
launcher
bleed.
too.
Bye-bye, Kushner. And now they've stopped this hit, right? It stopped in his tracks. Now they're gonna have to try and make that cross again. No smoke in play.
The Omen has the ulti. Could choose to use it, not even necessarily to go and reposition A. They could just use it for space, for info denial. They could reset off of it. There's loads of time still.
They're just creeping out.
Nice shot.
I mean, lovely shot from the tank. I'm just curious that they tried to creep this B main approach instead. The tank's not going to be forced off the angle. The double swing from Pillar as well. BBL not getting any of what they wanted here.
Let's
Gentlemen
go.
stabilize, get the upgrades too. I almost wish BBL explored some more options there.
I feel like just looking at the two teams, there's a clear difference that Gentlemates has a really good understanding of when they're supposed to do things with their ults on an individual level. So what we saw there was Bayaz had the Vandal. He gets the first kill. Okay, now we have the man advantage. We're all here. They're committed out the choke point. He's going to use his KO ulti, and then now the Whalers goes down. They're really committed. So now we see Natang, he pops his rocket, and they all start flooding in together with that timing. And it's just so good that it's not like you're sitting there pre-planning it, like, hey, and then we're gonna do this B stack, and then if they come here and do this, then you're gonna do this. Like, it's all individuals understanding, like, hey, this is my turn, I have to do this now, and they're just using him on cooldown. They used 3 of their ultis that round, and it was so important that they did that because it, one, converted that round, but also it's just like, this is so good to see teams being so understanding of their agent pool.
Well, I mean, this kind of echoes back to what you were talking about before. We are in a quick timeout here just for, I think that would be probably BBL at this point, but it kind of echoes back to that red light, green light system that you were almost discussing when you were talking about Liquid before. You know, yesterday, for example, of knowing when to try and make these moments happen, be it, at least when you were talking about Liquid, more kind of an individual basis, when to lurk, when to hold back, when to kind of find those individual moments, but Gentlemate's displaying some really good understanding of when to make that individual impact happen, and then how to build around it, right? It's not just the tank then investing, it's everyone then going off the back of it too. It's great to see these individuals playing very well in unison. However, BBL, it was 2 back-to-back rounds.
What the fuck are those traps on
this
me?
game to feeling a bit more competitive. We need them to get back to that. They have ults to play with and they have options. They still have a purchase. They have a lot going on for themselves. They need to make it count now, or it's 12. And then that first map being Gentlemates becomes a bigger issue. And already, Kushner creeping up pretty deep here. He's got himself some good space. And he's been spotted. And Takas is going to eliminate. That's Bora gone from this. Cross gets uncomfy. The spam chipping away. Kushner trying to close towards the side, but they're already playing off it.
This could be devastating for BBL here. Brave needs to go huge.
I mean, he's done really well on the first. Takes down the tank. Looking for Takas, he knows he's nearby. Oh, the timing. Takas just crept right around the side of it. Information now flowing back on through, and Takas just controlling that cross. The spike is down though, so that is a small silver lining to this. They have anything more. Can they stop this again? Can they win the battle of the spam once more? The round that truly saved them last time. Takas actually trying to hold him down, and they take him down.
Damn.
BBL clawing onto that round that looked almost like a loss.
It was getting really scary. I was super concerned. As soon as Brave is able to get that kill at market area, it's like right there, you have the opportunity to back out of it. He does this TP thing to kind of like fake that he got away. He could have actually probably made it away, but it's like BBL is so good with these spam battles from B main. They set up 2 cages for themselves to be able to, you know, extend the lifeline on just denying the info on B main, creating that spam battle. But then it's just like, if you're so good at that, why not just play into that more?
Well, something's happened that Existence wants to slow the game down for. It's a timeout right back. What do he's going to store for us here? The money's starting to run a little
I think
dry
it's
for
gonna be
Gentleman.
like,
Still
don't
gonna
let
purchase,
them
still gonna be
do those
dependent on the
fucking
Bulldog, but,
B-main plays.
I mean, ult relatively nearby for Takas. Yeah, you got the TP for Logan as well on the horizon, but not in place yet.
I feel like
Let's see what he's up to.
BBL's also been heavily favoring B and market. Not so much through A. They have gone A a few times here. I wonder if Gentlemates is going to do like a hard overcompensation to deal with whatever's happening towards B or market.
Looks like mostly conversation back and forth here, running its course. Have to get this one situated and sorted. Show us what you got, Gentlemates. Timeout burnt. That was the last check-in they're going to have here. So BBL now. A couple of ults in their pocket. Reezy's got his. Brave's got theirs too. Some key ones that could be utilized. Off to a very interesting start here. Attacked. Going to look for a challenge, but falls away early. Now, has that been identified by BBL? It looks like Logan's going to be calling for some help pretty soon. He tries to leave this as late as possible. And he actually might be caught here. Logan in a lot of danger as Brave was waiting. Takas somehow with a good trade. BBL still trying to get through towards the site, and the cross gets caught. He spots 2 of them, and he goes down as he tries to back away. Beaz toying with the idea of the underhand flash. Gets to creep out towards the site. Spots out Kushner, but spots him too. The fight happens on that ramp side. Oh, they line up, hold on. Wailaz can't make it count. Kushner's there. And BBL, these rounds aren't clean, but they're working, right? They're happy to scrap on this. 10 rounds, double digits, and they found a solution.
I'm really happy that BBL found that specific solution, knowing that Gentlemates is taking this control over A main, leaving one player on their own. It's just Logan with that line, really. So what's going to happen is everyone's going to start shifting away. There's been so much focus on B, they're going to start shifting away. The Omen ulti comes in the back, the Sova just clears out and zones out that line, and everyone else just floods on Logan, who's getting pinched from 3
We see a
different
mid
angles.
push
Beautiful.
for BBL.
Beautiful.
For
Adaptation.
Gentlemate.
Okay, the money starting to run out at the worst time for Gentlemates here. And coming into its own for BBL. Not fully stabilized, but in a far better position. No ults to bank on this time for BBL, but still. Let's go. Oh my god.
Nice shots.
Spike down B.
He's the one to hit it on Bora.
He's going to push him with a flash.
It looks like it's okay, a little early on that, but it still could be rewarded. How has none of these players gone down? Gentlemates with such a chance there, but they get to live on the other side. BBL, yeah, they've taken a boatload of damage, but they're still standing. This Guardian could be everything. They continue on this pathing. The tank has a real chance. They are lower HP. 29 for Kushner. Spike in hand, and they want to drift away.
Dart still available for Reezy. It's going to be super pivotal that they choose an area that's not contested. 3 players solo, 27, 29, 33.
Left.
And then 59 HP, and there's 2 Sheriffs and a Guardian on the board. That's 1 bullet for so many of these players in the body.
This is on a knife's edge here. Through the box, he gets Brave. Oh, the tank ain't pretty, but they're so low HP. They're being chipped apart. They're being torn at the seams.
Spike planted.
Can Elite and Kushner hold on? Yes, for the first. Wailaz falls. 3 more to go. Beaz, he's got to be careful of this deeper angle. He's gone down as well. Elite holding on here. Can they create a crossfire together? Can they work as one? Kushner gonna hear that step. Oh, it's
Oh my fucking god.
As on a knife's edge as possible there. A couple of chances for Gentlemates, but BBL holding it together. That HP was in the bin, but they still survived.
That 2 versus 4 was looking really sketchy. Kushner with a great reposition to the back of the site there. They had no idea. They were not expecting that at all. It was so quick. It was so just like the decision to make that to make that choice and move in that moment. No hesitation was so important. You gotta have these plays in your book. You have to have the confidence to do these because you can convert rounds that you have no business winning into rounds that you do win.
Okay, Kushner takes a walk and gets rewarded. The tank, the first to go down. Man to the good here. BBL. Oh, but Bay has his time.
There is a timing.
This could be filthy. Brave comes back, so
He
he
saw
does
another
reveal
one.
the plan, but loses his life for it.
He can reposition, leave the neon there if he wants to, but they're all gonna just reposition together. The read on A. Whaler's alone towards B. He's got his trips still set up. Info ulti, sees nobody towards A lobby. Are they gonna hold this setup?
They're still worried about elbow. Oh man,
Quick glance.
they gotta get moving. Because the site's gonna be out, right? It's Kushner does get slowed down in the end. But again, Whalers now knows they're coming this way. BBL are here. They're on the site, they're planting.
30
Flash
seconds
available,
left.
paranoia,
Spike planted.
smoke.
A whole lot to play with as well for BBL. Yeah, same could be said to an extent for Gentlemates. There's still some utility in play here, but how do they disrupt that back line? They can't so far. Whalers goes down, Pora delivering well. Still no one able to really deny this until now. Takas the only one to try and turn the tide. The spam coming on through, but it's down to just Kushner. How has this happened? But time, they've got to consider that spike. And oh, Logan, the one to put them. The desk
Finally.
beating. As that's a devastating
Holy
round
fuck.
to lose, as Gentlemate's gonna carve 12 on the board.
Such a gnarly round to lose as well. You've won every post plant from B main, and this time you can't close it out. It's gonna put Gentlemates.
Oh, it looked so right. It looked so right.
It
for them
did, yeah.
again.
Credit to Gentlemates. They had a really good approach to the retake though. They got that one-way smoke up. They got the smoke on the bomb.
Yep.
The spike, rather.
Can't believe you called it that.
Can't believe I called it that either.
I said Deagle once and they never forgave me.
Never?
Never. They still bring it up. Get flashbacks to Haven. He was actually on bind,
Still wanna
but
get
still, hold on. We got some aggression here. And as if they do it now, in the 24th round, in the 24th hour, as if they're getting aggressive. That's the most Gentlemates thing I've ever seen, but they get punished on it. Elite gonna drag trying to get in their faces to this point. Send them back. He has to sit back and watch his team try and convert this round now. 4 of them still alive. Kushner taking all that space.
This
Whalers
goes his
in
immature
CT.
trips.
Just going straight through this. On's gonna be there. We ask the question again. Who can question that backline? You can already see it building, right? Takas. Is he gonna try and get to that
The
position?
late flank, I think, from Takas. Yeah, you're right.
They haven't really been opting for this, but I think some
The
utility
pressure
got
has-
broken.
The pressure has to come in from main first before
Slow
he goes.
down.
He needs to wait for a kill to happen.
Oh my god, wait, he's outdone Elite. Even with him considering it, Takas now gets to unleash Fury, and he's done it. The adjustment's outstanding. Gentle.
Nice! Let's go! Let's go, Takas!
BBL into. Oh man, that is a rough way to lose a game with just that glimpse of what could have been OT or victory. Gentlemates tear it away from him.
I think the series was a great showing from Gentlemates, showing how much depth they have in their playbook, defense and attack. Individuals understanding their composition, the agents understanding what abilities to use and when, and then also just having the adaptations and the presence of mind right there. Knowing BBL is going to go for the post plant from B main, getting that flank set up. Okay, you guys start going now. Okay, my turn to shine. Getting that 4K. Beautiful play.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed this back and forth, and again, I genuinely feel for BBL because it felt like they got such a good grip on the game. That late run that came in on that second half really starting to read it out perfectly. Almost wished saw it a bit earlier. Maybe we could have had map 3 there, but it's the way the game goes. But Gentlemates to turn it like that, and again, the aggression last round. What a bold call to go for, right? Just this like, okay, run them down. Like they even lose out on the tank, but the adjustment from Takas to be in that lurk position, it's hard to not enjoy Gentlemates when they play like this because it is very like high risk, high reward at times, but it is well considered.
Yeah. it's when you run the double duelist, you definitely have to go for these types of plays.
Yeah.
You definitely have to play to your strengths. And if you have this much confidence to go for these plays, go for it. There's zero reason to stop. Because if you're like held back, then you lose that confidence over time. And then you're always worried like, oh no, but I'm not supposed to go for this, so I'm not gonna go for it.
And I do believe eventually, as we get to it, obviously give it up for Gentlemates, who just put a beautiful performance for us. Again, in my mind, I'm looking forward to seeing the interview after this. Production already let me know that it is going to be Existence and Kakuka, so we get to hear the Mastermind talk about their plans, what they're up to, and probably the trials and tribulations of Map 2 there, because that got very close. I'd say Map 1, it felt like it stayed on script to an extent, right? It played to their plans. I don't think BBL were as disruptive. Here, way closer.
Yeah, I think here was way closer, but I do see the same things from BBL though, right? I want to see them kind of switching up especially the defensive side setups, because their attack looks okay, looks pretty decent.
Yep.
I mean, it's the defense that I want to focus on, and I think Gentlemates here, a pretty good showing. All we've seen them so far this year has been kind of against Vitality. This was like the first match that wasn't Vitality, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's good to see that they're able to kind of take out another team 2-0, because that's going to help their stock a lot.
All right, well, if you didn't hear it before, you're going to hear it again. Existence and Kakuka. We're going to have one of the best brains to have ever touched FPS games talking with Existence. See what I did there? Kakuka and Existence. We're going to hand it over to you.
What can I say about you? Congratulations, I'm here with Existence on your first win here in VCT. Are you more happy or relieved that finally this moment has come?
Yeah, I'm happy. It was important to win today to be confident for the next game. I think we worked a lot. We are a little bit shaky for the moment, even in practice. We need to find our game, so I think that win is important to get energy, confidence, etc.
That's great. I wanted to ask you, right, after kickoff, you only played against Vitality and you only got those 2 losses, especially getting adjusted to being here in Berlin. How many things or what guys did you focus on to improve coming into the regular season?
Yeah, I cannot go too much into details, but we changed some roles, Whalers and Logan. Whalers took some ciphers on some maps. Actually, we changed, like we spoke about a lot of things, like composition, macro, not too much. Micro, we did a lot of micro, like clutch, etc. Normally, we don't have to do that too much, but we lose a lot of clutch recently because we don't have enough experience, and maybe it was because they were not confident enough. But anyway, we are working on that, so we are working on a lot of topics for the moment.
Yeah, exactly. One of those topics also being that double duelist that we've seen today on Ascent is actually very refreshing to see something new and teams changing it up all the time. Do you think that the double duelist is like the new meta and something that you want to bet on very hard?
I'm not sure it's a new meta. It's the way we like to play. There is a lot of maps where we play 2 duelists. Nathan is really good.
He was good today. Yeah, he was good.
Not only today, on duelists, he's really efficient. So, yeah, it's just our style. I don't think it's a meta.
Oh, okay. You know, you're praised as one of the best coaches that it is out there. So many people are very excited to see you here in VCT. Are there any other coaches that you were, looking forward to compete against, not only here in EMEA, but also globally?
Here, I don't know too much all the call, but Hank did a lot, like a good job, I think, with Carmine Corp. Yeah, and I want to play against a lot of good coach like that. There is a good mind game before, etc. So, yeah.
Yeah, I like it. So I love that you mentioned KC, because obviously you're going to be playing against them next week. We're very excited about that one, and I assume that there's a country behind that will also be very excited for it. You know that they just come from playing in Madrid. They're showing off very, very good results. Is there anything that you would like to say to them to get ready for your next matchup?
Nothing especially. Like, it's going to be a cool game to play, I think. It's going to be exciting. There is a lot of things, with our CEO, like Squeezy against Carmine Corp, etc. Like that's gonna there will be like a big hype, so it's gonna be a nice game. But yeah, it's another game.
Okay, that's good because of course the season is going to be pretty long, right? Do you see yourselves I know that today might be like just a small showing, but you know, getting this trajectory going, would you see yourself going to Shanghai, you know, going to champs? Do you think that you have the mentality and what it takes to make it all the way?
Yes, I think so. Yes, I think that we are evolving a lot because we know what to work on to evolve. So I don't know when we're gonna be ready, but at some point we will improve. We are already showed that a little bit. So I'm not sure we are ready yet to go to Shanghai, but maybe yes.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I love that. Again, congratulations. Last thing that I'm going to ask you is to say something to Natank because actually they're waiting, Natank, Bonko, and Yinsu are waiting in post-plan, so I know that he had a brilliant performance. Do you want to, you know, to say or something to Natank? Yeah, look at the camera, he's there. I promise you. You can say it in French.
Yeah, no, like he's playing good, especially in official. Like it's funny because in training, like he do a lot of mistakes, so I'm always fighting with him, like all the time. But like he needs the time, like he deserves my patience. Like not really. No, it's gonna be fun for him to. That's the reality. Like he's really young. That's a player that do like he's doing a lot of mistakes of like a young player.
That's how you learn.
But look, like how he can perform, like destroy the other team. So good job, man. Keep going. One day I think he's gonna be a real champion. Like he do a lot of mistakes. He do a lot of mistakes, but one day he's gonna be a big player, I think.
Okay, Natank, keep making those mistakes as long as it's in Prague.
Thank you very much, you two. It's so nice to hear from, you know, one of the greatest brains in FPS, of course, and existence as well. I'm just going to carry on Pansy's joke, but welcome to Postplan. We are joined by Natank.
We are gonna skip.
I feel like. But yeah, Natank, give me a little breakdown, you know, your history with Bonko. What was like the last time you saw him?
The last time we saw each other
in the player backstage.
Yeah, that's true.
But before that,
just before this official game, he came to cheer for me. So thank you, Bonko. He gave me luck. He gave me luck with this little hug.
Honestly, you've been given everyone luck that doesn't play for Vitality anymore. So, and all of your other teammates, I feel like CNED won. It was good luck that you were there.
They won.
You won. Yeah. There we go.
We're gonna skip that and go to.
But it's nice to have you here, Nathan.
Yeah, I think we should talk about Vitality a little bit because when
we
I
have
last
again
spoke to you at Ascension, you
two
wanted to play
O's,
against
like.
Vitality so badly, and I think maybe that cursed you a little bit because all you did at kickoff was play against Team Vitality. So what's it like to finally play someone that isn't Vitality, and do you still feel that grudge maybe?
I mean, like, I don't care who I really play, but of course I would love to.
Gonna be right back, 2 seconds. Okay. Then what? Changing some categories. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go get my vote.
Freedom comes to those. Yes. Remember, We do this for freedom.
What? Yes?
Spirit is spent.
I can't do this just yet.
Holy fuck, man. Knife Regen is such a retarded mod.
How do you find a corpse in all this misty emptiness? Oh, I see now.
My spirit is spent. spirit is spent.
Finally.
Hello.
Yes. For freedom. Freedom comes. Remember, we do this for freedom.
Oh, that's tier 1. I need to get rid of the cold damage. I think I'm gonna just farm some tier 5 or some shit. Give me some June Scam.
spirit is spent.
This time, it'll be you begging for your life.
Show me what you're capable of, Ashley.
You cheated! Must have! Hate myself?
If you think I'm going to say or do anything to further you...
I'd have made a little more show of it. Illic has very little idea.
You bash well, Exile.
I know exactly where I want to mount yours. I can appreciate. The question now, Exile, is whether or not you're full.
Be careful.
Spirit is spent.
Kill me once? Killing is great. Can we hurry this up?
Salah. Be careful.
Witness the start of a new world order.
In the dirt.
My family.
I'm going to kill you, Giannis. Just not yet.
My spirit is spent. I believe in traveling light.
Cool wind. Exile.
That's very fucking divine for vague shit.
My spirit is spent.
Cool wind. Exile? Cool winds. Celerim.
My spirit is spent.
Cool winds. Blessings.
Hail! Welcome. Survive.
My spirit is spent.
time, it'll be you begging for your life. At least I'll
Scary
wait
little
until they're
Ashling.
dead to defend.
You're mine now.
Wait! Another deal. Go on.
You kill so? Hard to make new friends, it is.
Practice makes perfect. My spirit is spent.
Now, you face the biggest and baddest prime rock bastard of them all!
Fun's over.
I got treasure for
Keep your word or lose your head. Salah. Warm nights.
spirit is spent.
Whatever will we do? Pretty good for it. I'm not afraid to admit to a core of cowardice underneath.
My spirit is spent.
I believe in traveling light.
Salah. Celerim.
My spirit is spent.
Exile? Salah. Blessings.
Freedom comes. For freedom.
You again. May the ferocity of Throldana free you of your anguish and aid this soldier, so that you may shield them from harm! What?
Fuck.
spirit is spent.
How do you find a corpse and all this glistening emptiness? Oh, I see.
My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent.
Hello.
Godslayer.
My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent. spirit is spent.
Let them reach the purification pump.
Oh, one divine. First divine of the league, actually.
My spirit is spent.
Exile?
Hey. The job never ends.
Salah.
Yes?
If you're thinking about dying,
trust old Whalem. Don't.
Cool winds.
My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent.
I don't know, man. Wait, what day are we today? We are Friday. Also, tomorrow it's Saturday. Yeah, tomorrow I'll probably play some Valorant. Since the games are like... The games for NA are like way later.
My spirit is spent. Didn't even break a sweat.
Almost full up, exile. Might want to make use of our stored corpses. They're starting to smell.
My spirit is spent.
Blessings. Salah.
How's the trail? A ghastly influence lingers in this map, germinating unknown.
My spirit is spent. spirit is spent.
Cool.
I think I'm gonna cut it for today. See you tomorrow for the EMEA games, at least, and maybe some Valorant before. Checking the schedule. Yeah, so Cloud9, Leviathan. Okay. Was fun. And yeah, see you tomorrow.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try,